marry me?
Yes!
But he doesn't really give much support to his family.
Will you marry me?
Yes!
But he doesn't really give much support to his family. Recently, some incidents went viral, and people are finally seeing Jack's real face.
Soon!
Will you marry me?
Yes!
But he doesn't really give much support to his family. Recently, some incidents went viral, and people are finally seeing Jack's real face. Everyone thought Jack Doherty was just a bit shady, but now it turns out he's actually a curse for his parents. It's really shocking. Jack doesn't give a penny to his family, yet he still lives in their house. And now, he even blames his own mother just because she touched his car.
My mom stole my Lamborghini.
I didn't stole, I just went for a ride.
Yeah, the police are gonna be here shortly.
That's how low and shady Jack Doherty has become at this point. So now, the way Jack Doherty is behaving, he's not only ruining himself, but maybe even making life worse for his parents. Let's keep watching till the end. In one video, you can see Jack Doherty's Lamborghini being taken by his mom as a prank, but Jack didn't like it at all.
My mom stole my Lamborghini.
I didn't stole, I just went for a ride.
Yeah, the police are gonna be here shortly. See, I've had my Lambo for a couple years now, but I never let anyone else drive it. So my mom and my filmer decided to just take the keys and drive it without telling me.
Now, why would Jack Doherty film this and post it? The answer is simple. You know Jack Doherty will do anything to stay relevant, especially now that he has nothing else going for him. Maybe he thinks if he shows his rude behavior, people will get angry and comment, and once again, his content will get views and money. Who knows if his behavior with his mom is true or not, but most people are saying it actually is. Just watch and see the kind of behavior Jack Doherty is showing.
Oh, Jesus. Holy moly. Oh, bye, Jack. Oh, he's running. Oh, my gosh.
I noticed my car was gone, so I ran over and this happened. What are you guys doing?
I asked your friend Michael
You're
to
up to
help
it.
me because you never showed me how to drive this car.
You could have just asked me. You don't just
What?
take it
You're always telling me I don't know anything.
Did you see that? Like, you earn money for your parents, but if you don't even let them enjoy it, or worse, criticize them for it, it just shows your mentality. If that Lamborghini were mine, and my mom took it, I wouldn't even ask her why. I would have been happy to let her drive it the whole day. I'd be proud that she was enjoying it. But Jack wasn't like that. Jack Doherty even once said that his dad earns $15,000 to $20,000 a month.
I probably makes like, I don't know, like maybe 10, 15K a month, depends.
Did you hear that Jack said, I don't know, maybe? That actually shows he doesn't care at all about how much his father earns, how much his mother earns, or how they're running their lives. He's in a bad situation, comes back to his parents' house, but doesn't even know anything about his father's expenses or income. Do you think any parents actually deserve a child like Jack Doherty? I don't think so. Honestly, what's your opinion on that? Now, let's be real. Honestly, that's not a bad salary. But this also shows how money and clout ruined Jack. Even after becoming a millionaire, making millions every month, he doesn't give his parents the same kind of support he spends on parties and girls. He spends over $100,000 easily, but can't even help his dad quit his job and live stress-free. These small things are exposing Jack Doherty's true character. He used to live separately from his parents, so people didn't notice. But now, his real face is coming out. Remember when Jack had that accident? His mother was crying and terrified for him.
Now your mom's crying.
I love you, Mom.
Go up, just go to bed. Go up, just go up. You okay? Show me. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't like when you cry.
Well, honey, I better cry now. And I'm gonna tell you, you need to stop.
I know, I don't want to, obviously, I don't want to.
And this cord, that shit, I mean, what you have, that's not for that kind of weather. You are lucky you are alive, Jack. I don't want to go on your funeral, Jackie. Please, take this seriously.
But even after promising his parents that he would stop, he still keeps doing reckless stunts. Like in my last video, when Jack almost got into another huge accident. Did you see that? What would have happened if Jack Doherty lost his life? Some of you in the comments said you don't care, but think about it from his parents' perspective. What parent would want a son who doesn't even care about his own life? Or theirs? And now, after being canceled from the internet, Jack is using his parents for content just to make money. Imagine being at such a low point that you exploit your parents for views.
What are you doing there? Open the door!
Mom, 1 second.
What did thank you so much?
What?
Why are you closing the door?
Relax, Mom.
What is girls doing in that elevator?
Nothing.
What's nothing? What does mean nothing?
Did you see that Jack Doherty locked himself in with 4 girls, including his girlfriend, inside his mom's house, and then used it as a prank on his own mother? Can you just imagine how low that is? There's no consideration for how to behave with parents, no respect for his father or mother, nothing at all. And in general life, there's no sense of morality or values, which is actually harmful for younger audiences who get influenced by Jack Doherty. So guys, what do you think? Jack Doherty now treats his father and mother like trash, cursing at them just because they touched his car, and not even caring about their expenses? Isn't this proof that Jack Doherty Doherty is facing a downfall? Isn't this the kind of consequence that comes naturally, like an answer from nature itself? What do you think about that? Jack's downfall is so bad that he even fought with his girlfriend over just $300.
You gotta have him pay for all your shit now. I can't.
Why do you even come?
Well, why are you asking for $300? She admitted to it in 4K. She's like, well, Poppy's taking a yacht.
Can you believe it? A guy who once thought he'd be a billionaire is now arguing over $300. That's called karma. He made his fortune harassing people, streaming nonsense, and creating drama. And now karma is making him pay for every bit of it. Eventually, Jack Doherty even admitted what we all knew. His girlfriend was only using him for money. And deep down, Jack knew it too.
Entitled girl is using you for money? Chrissy's mom, what do you have to say about that, huh?
I don't believe she's using you for money.
Yeah, I mean, I've only spent, 10 racks on those, pay her rent and everything else, right?
Yeah.
So Jack Doherty's downfall is expected. He's the one who made his parents' situation worse, humiliated them, and did a lot of shady things. Do you really think someone like that can get away with everything while carrying the curses of so many people? Never. His downfall was bound to happen, and now it's finally here. For Jack Doherty and people like him, society is just getting destroyed day by day. They are hiring girls to join his OF agency, and then he's promoting it, because this is his main business, which gives him money. Jack Doherty even said with his own mouth that he actually started the OF agency business to become financially stable.
Been any phase in your life where you didn't make money and you were like, oh fuck, maybe that's it, like maybe it's over?
Yeah, I remember I moved out of New York. Like I just finished high school and I moved from New York to LA, and I got like a $25,000 a month house on Rodeo Drive. I was just doing YouTube at the time, and like my rent was like $25K a month. I was splitting with like 3 other people, but like still like I was doing like 30-40K a month on YouTube, and videos are expensive. You have employees and stuff and rent and everything. It was like adding up, and I was like, yo, I need to make more money. Like I need to do something. Then I figured it all out.
Yeah, what'd you do?
Started an OnlyFans management.
That's when you started it?
Yeah, when I was 18.
Crazy.
So what I wanted to say is yes, Jack Doherty is actually ruining society. Just look at girls like Little Tay, Sophie Rain, or even Bad Baby. These girls are making millions of dollars in just an hour, and people like Jack Doherty are promoting them. Because of that, the youth is getting destroyed every day. They are getting false inspiration, and real encouragement is disappearing from society, all because of people like Jack Doherty. But if you look closely, people like Jack Doherty are actually profiting fully from this. So definitely this type of person needs to be held accountable for their shady actions, and they should face the consequences they truly deserve. So what do we see in the end? Jack Doherty is finished. Every single day he's desperately trying to come back, but he won't be able to. Even his so-called friends, the ones who used to hang out at his mansion, abandoned him as soon as the money was gone. That just proves the truth. When you have money, people treat you like royalty, but the moment you lose it, no one cares. Let me know in the comments if you agree with me, and also share your opinion about Jack Doherty's journey from rich to poor. Thanks for watching.
Hey guys, it's me again. Of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during this situation. And because of that, I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. I apologize for that. Hopefully I'll be back as soon as possible. That being said, we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier, and I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on LiveLeak, videos I've ever seen. The first time I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated. The guy gets shot in the neck, and blood is spurting out. I didn't even know it could do that. And it was absolutely fucking horrifying to see something like that happen in front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy, controversial guy. He's a conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years, and he's even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing. Very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion, at least especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And what I think is going to happen now, because obviously these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum, and they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet in general to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647, all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level. But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. And I think that now I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that, things are for them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example, as at the recent event as well. And I think that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that. And I don't want to see, America turn into a PvP server. And it sure seems like it is. And I think that in order to prevent that from happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that, get arrested 14 times? And it's not even a question, right? You put them in jail and you throw away the key and you compel them to work, and that way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple, actually. But for some reason, the way that makes people feel has made them unwilling to look at this obvious truth. If you look in history, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works. And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous performative empathy possible, and that's defining a huge political voice in the country. This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone. And I think that with people like the shooter that probably shot Charlie Kirk, with that guy in the subway that stabbed that Ukrainian woman, or with that trans shooter that shot up the school, one thing that's common among all of them is that these people, in almost all cases, were verifiably nuts beforehand, and nothing ever was done about it. And until we can stomach the idea of solving problems like that before they happen, we're going to keep having problems. And I think that with Charlie Kirk, it's very obvious that the amount of, political violence and advocating for political violence that's happening on the internet has turned up the temperature and created an environment and a culture where this type of behavior is normal. And not only is it normal, but it's actually encouraged. And the problem is that now people are acting on it. And you're starting to see this happen, and I think it's going to continue getting worse. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the last one, but I think that we will look at Charlie Kirk's death and see it as a turning point in this topic. And what I'm really trying to get at here with this entire point is that right now we are at a extremely pivotal moment. And I think that what's going to end up happening is that right-wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek. They're not going to continue to just, this is just a crazy left-wing radical. I think you're probably going to see right-wing people doing the same thing to left-wing people. And honestly, while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them. Because a lot of left-wing people have no problem advocating for violence, or at least using coded language in order to advocate for violence. The fact is that there's a certain level of intellectual dishonesty that goes on in situations like this where it's considered, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some others. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean. They're trying to advocate for killing people that they disagree with. That's what's happening, and there's no talking around it. And to the extent that you try to, you're insulting the intelligence of anyone that you're speaking to. And I think that now you're going to start seeing a lot of right-wing people end up doing this to left-wing people now even more, because it's very clear that these social media platforms are not going to moderate this behavior. The FBI, for whatever reason, just refuses to deal with or have any degree of accountability for dealing with these obvious terrorists that are in the country. And because of that, I think you're going to start seeing an uptick of violence from right-wing people as well. And this is going to be, in my opinion, I don't really think the word is justified, because it's not justified, but the word is expected. I think it's going to be expected. The fact is that, again, you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're going to lose. And don't be surprised when you keep bringing guns to gunfights and then somebody else decides to start shooting back. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think this is a degradation of society as a whole. And ultimately, the real burden of responsibility here doesn't really fall on influencers, and I don't think that it falls even on the commenters themselves. I think it falls primarily on the government. The fact is that the government, there are already laws that permit, explicit calls to violence. There's already laws that permit the types of stalking and doxing that people engage in online. And one of the big things that is a misconception is that people like me want new laws. We want any form of extra censorship at all. I certainly don't want that, and I don't know anybody else that does either. But what we do want is we want the existing laws to be applied and to be enforced in an accurate and a fair way, which is clearly not what's happening. And really, the government not doing that and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and with complete freedom practice genuine terrorism on a daily basis, and then congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just simply a response. This is what's going to happen. And so, and I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, their, like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. And unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly governmental apparatus that has just completely hand-waved this problem and ignored it entirely. So the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in any type of social discourse. And I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next, because I think it's just going to continue getting worse, and I don't see the reason for it to stop. And so anyway, I wanted to make this video because it's obviously a topic that, I've been talking about this a lot for the past few years now, and I was laughed at a lot, and people were telling me it wasn't that big of a deal, and they were joking. Well, I saw the video. That wasn't a joke. And the reality is that those jokes and everything create a culture and an environment where the actual actions are more permissible. And you also have people that are the ones telling the quote jokes that are talking around directly, saying that this is a bad thing and it shouldn't be tolerated for any reason. You have, I don't want to go through a bunch of different names, but anybody, this is the way I look at it, I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here, is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine. But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically, you have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying. But the reality is that they have created that environment themselves through their own actions, through their behavior, and through their own words. You reap what you sow. And I think that things are about to get a whole lot worse. So anyway, guys, I wanted to make this video and talk about it. And that's about all I've got to say. So I hope to be back soon. I'll record videos when I can, here and there. But for the most part, as I said before, my dad has had so many really serious issues going on. I need to devote my full attention to making sure that he's healthy and taken care of. And so as much as I look forward to streaming, this has to take priority. I don't have a time frame. It will probably be a matter of weeks and maybe not even that long until I'm back regularly. And so hopefully that's the case. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Another senseless death that never needed to happen. And I think that anybody who was, talking about this and turning up the heat on any of this type of political rhetoric and discussing, or at least, flirting with the idea of political violence, I think all of those people have made themselves acceptable targets in all of the worst ways possible. And I don't think that this is a good thing either, but I think it's happened. So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching, and I guess I'll see you soon. Anyway, peace. Hey guys, it's me again, and it's been a little while.
app on the App Store. This has been a massive scandal. A lot of people have been talking about this. My mom always said, never go looking for trouble. That's exactly what the new T app is. If you ever ghosted a girl, had a situationship, or talked to any other female while single, you're a walking red flag and will be put on blast. Now imagine if there was an app called A Cold Beer where men anonymously shared personal info and warnings about women. It wouldn't last 24 hours and every user on it would be deemed a sexual deviant and a pervert. This is yet another example how we live in a genocentric societal order. I agree with him. I think that this is toxic female behavior and it should be called out as such. If women get to have an app like this, then men get to have an app like this too, right? Where they can post like, okay, like what is this girl down for? What's she not down for? Does she have STDs? Is she like super political? Does she cry about her boyfriend? Is she gonna ask you to pay for her stuff after you go on a second date? Like all of these things that are important. Yeah, body count tracker, exactly. Yeah, it's like, I mean, every car has mileage on it, right? But the moment that you apply it to a person, somehow this is the wrong thing. And by the way, I don't have any problem saying anything like this because they're doing the exact same thing to men. They are. Look at this. Anonymous advice. Should I date Ethan? My friend saw him out with another girl and then poll, don't date him. Now, I know this might be a massive shock, but the app was hacked. The T app has been hacked. And all user information was leaked. There was all fat, ugly, middle-aged women. So it's a bunch of fat, ugly, middle-aged women that hate men because obviously they're not 23 anymore, and so nobody's willing to put up with their bullshit. I find to be very surprising is that while Iran is getting hits off on Israel, it seems that Israel is still making surgical, basically, executions of Iranian officials. Like, they're straight up killing the people running the show.
So we go to a Fox News alert. Israel says it has eliminated 4 senior intel officials, including the IRGC's head of intelligence. This is the Quds Force headquarters, we believe.
It comes as Iranian missile strikes kill at least 8 and injured hundreds more as rocket fire rained down on central and northern Israel overnight.
Trey Yinks is live in Israel with the latest. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Overnight missiles rained down across Israel, killing at least 8 people, some of them slipping past missile defense systems at 5 different locations, destroying both apartment buildings and residential blocks. We got to one scene in the heart of Tel Aviv, just blocks away from the U.S. Embassy branch here, that was also damaged in that strike. And when we got there, first responders were...
It's been really surprising for me to see how many missiles go through and actually pierce the Iron Dome. I was really surprised to see it, because like all last year when this was happening, this almost never happened.
Rushing into the flames, trying to look for survivors in the rubble. We spoke with one man named Gal. Here's what he had to say.
When the missiles arrived, we were in the staircase in the building, and the shock was like so huge. I never saw even a piece of a rocket, and to see an explosion right in front of my face and my brother's face, crazy.
Holy shit!
A ballistic missile has just slammed into a building in the center of Tel Aviv. Right now, first responders are trying to put out the flames in the distance. You can see right now there are a variety of paramedics on the scene, police officers and soldiers.
Shit's still on
if you
fire.
Come over
even.
here, you'll see part of a collapsed building. They don't know if anyone is currently inside, but they are checking right now. The Iranians continue to launch waves and waves of ballistic missiles in this country. Overnight, we understand there were 65 missiles, and they were targeting a variety of locations. We could hear the explosions in Tel Aviv as some were intercepted overhead by Israel's advanced missile defense systems. The Israelis are striking back, taking out top intelligence officials from the Iranian regime, including the country's chief intelligence officer and his deputy. They also took out what they say are one.
So this is one thing that I find to be very surprising, is that while Iran is getting hits off on Israel, it seems that Israel is still making surgical, basically, executions of Iranian officials. Like, they're straight up killing the people running the show. Yeah, they're cherry picking them out. Absolutely. Iron Dome is built more to stop rocket attacks. ICBMs are a lot more difficult for the Iron Dome to intercept. That's why we're seeing a lot more strikes to get through. You could be right. I don't know a lot about it, so maybe I should look that up and see it for myself. But either way, I mean, from a layman's perspective, you know, like, and I'm not an expert on this, right? I'm not. But like, from a layman's perspective, it was shocking for me to see that. It was. Like, you know, better for worse. I was like, wow, holy shit.
Third of the ballistic missile launching positions. Despite the fact the Israelis
today?
say they now have air
Last night.
superiority over the Iranian capital of Tehran, this is expected to continue for a number of days, if not weeks, as Israeli forces are trying to weaken the Iranian regime and target the country's nuclear facilities.
Perspective, a lot more booms.
Back to you.
Hey, Trey, would you say the number of ballistic missiles, rockets, and drones are leveling off from night after night after night? Because that's what Israel is banking on.
It seems like they're ramping up. I feel like every day, like in the evening, whenever this happens, I'm like, damn, there's more and more of it.
Locate the launchers. They're going to run out of rockets. They can't replenish, and they have no air defense. So is that happening?
Look, the Iranians appear to be preserving what missiles they have left. We spoke with a senior Israeli intelligence official over the weekend who indicated the assessment is that Iran has around 2,000 ballistic missiles. And the Israelis have been able to take out some of the stockpile. They've been able to target, like I said, a third of the launching positions. But this still gives Iran the capability to fire hundreds of ballistic missiles into this country. And that is why Israel is still in a state of emergency. The airport is closed, and they are bracing for challenging days ahead. Officials speaking with Fox News say there will be more casualties, there will be more destruction. And you see in the aftermath videos here, these are not like the rockets that came from Gaza or from southern Lebanon. These are missiles that can take out entire blocks in major cities like Tel Aviv. And from what we saw last night, and I was being very careful as we arrived on the scene less than an hour after the explosion, of describing where it was. But now we can report, because U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee came out publicly and said there was
Iran launched the first new wave of missiles right now. Okay, well, that means by the time this video's over, it's going to be about time for that to happen.
Damage to the U.S. Embassy branch here in Tel Aviv.
On that's accurate.
This is a residential area. It is packed with civilians, cafes, and restaurants. And when we got there, for blocks, you could see storefronts that were completely ripped apart, glass shards all over the street from windows that were blown out. And so to answer your question, the Iranians are preserving what supply they have left. They certainly are in a position where eventually they will run out of ballistic missiles, but Israel is certainly not out of the woods yet, and we can expect more Israeli strikes throughout the day.
Well, and it's also not, I mean, this is just totally ruling out that they don't get missiles from other places. I mean, didn't China say that they were going to give Iran missiles or like sell them missiles or something like that? I mean, I could see that happening for sure.
as they try to mitigate that risk of ballistic missile fire toward major cities like Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and the northern city
China
of
and
Haifa.
Pakistan?
So, Trey,
Yeah.
I'm
that was
curious.
North Korea? That was another one.
These missiles that the Iranians are firing, do they have targets, or are they just shooting them out there? So the
Just
reason I
popping
ask
off?
this is because, number one, they're hitting civilians, and number two, when it comes to that embassy area that belongs to the United States.
Keep in mind that while Iran is hitting civilians, the amount of people killed, civilians killed, as far as I know, inside of these like rocket salvos back and forth, Iran has had way more people get killed. Way more. It's like a 10 to 1. I know it's about a 10 to 1.
That's where that missile was going to hit.
According to them. Yes, true. According to them.
Yes,
good point.
They have
They could be
precision-guided
lying.
munitions, and they know broadly where they are firing these. And without getting into too many details about some of the targets that were hit, I can broadly tell you that the Iranians are going after military and civilian targets. Now, with that said, the Israelis are striking in a much more precise manner when they hit Iran. They go after military leadership. Certainly, civilians have been killed in Iran, but the focus of Israeli strikes, it's
He's also now banned from Kick.com, so that stake deal is gone. Kick does not want to risk being banned in a whole country.
His mom got scammed for trying to pay for his legal fees. So according to his mom, she sent crypto to someone claiming to be his lawyer. He didn't believe he did anything wrong, and nothing was ever going to happen. No matter what, he's stuck in this detention center for a while.
The local posses, the local gangs in that particular jail. He would have to kind of keep his head low. And that's something he probably was mindful of.
Will not be deported yet, so he can face the consequences of his actions under Philippine law. Just days after he was arrested on April 3 and said to have been awaiting deportation proceedings.
Vitaly Zdorovetsky is now completely out of money and begging for help after losing everything. According to reports, his mother tried to send large sums to some Philippine lawyers who claimed they could save Vitaly, but the situation spiraled out of control. This news is shocking. The former multimillionaire is now allegedly begging for money in the Philippines. With $1 equal to around 57 Philippine pesos, Vitaly once had the kind of net worth that made him feel like a billionaire there, but now his condition is so bad that he's said to be asking strangers strangers for money. Reports also claim that Philippine authorities are taking advantage of the situation. Vitaly's deportation process is still stuck, but if his financial problems completely ruin him, his chances of being deported could drop to almost zero. So is this real, or just a mirror image of the truth? I'll show you the proof. Watch until the end. You might be wondering why Vitaly is out of money when he earned so much during his career. Well, think about it. How long has Vitaly been away from streaming and IRL content? The very things that gave him all that infamous fame and money. When the main cash flow stopped years ago, Vitaly started selling off his assets. Do you really think he still had steady revenue after that? Even before this situation, creator Atozi had you really think he still had steady revenue after that? Even before this situation, creator Atozi had expressed concern about Vitaly's financial issues.
Oh boy, that is the stare of a man who wants to put you under the prison. Bro's freedom is literally at stake. And speaking of the other stake, he's also now banned from Kick.com. So that stake deal is gone. Kick does not want to risk being banned in a whole country. So they're just gonna quickly ban and get rid of whatever streamer that causes a commotion like that.
When there's no cash flow, how can Vitaly still have money? If you're thinking about Johnny Somali surviving in Korea, remember that Johnny Somali hasn't been arrested like Vitaly. He's still posting videos on his YouTube channel and fighting to survive, even though his parents and Hank Yu have refused to give him money. But Vitaly's situation is totally different. He doesn't have friends or allies stepping up to help him financially. Even back then, Vitaly's former ally Aiden Ross was talking about how many years Vitaly might end up spending in jail.
Wait. It's like confirmed he's gonna do time? Up to how many years?
I seen the headline like they trying to see.
Not 5 years. There's no fuck.
20?
No,
they said 10. I thought it was 10. I seen something that said 10 years, but I don't know how the fuck that shit works.
What the fuck?
Just imagine how shady they are, talking about how many times Vitaly might face jail, but not caring at all whether he's actually in financial trouble. You might even curse me, asking, why should Aiden Ross take care of the finances of Vitaly Zdorovetsky, a criminal prankster? Well guys, here's the truth. Aiden Ross is actually the guy who positions himself as the savior of criminal pranksters. Aiden Ross once said he'd take responsibility for a criminal TikToker named Heston James, who spent 9 years in an Arizona prison for reckless pranks. Aiden promised to cover his legal fees, but later stopped taking action. Now Vitaly is still in trouble with nobody stepping in to support him financially. According to reports, Vitaly started facing legal trouble from the very beginning, but things got much worse when his mother lost all of their money in a crypto scam. Some people pretending to be Vitaly's lawyers claimed they could easily help him survive, but when his mother sent the money, it just got blocked. Nothing ever went through. As you might know, she even posted a crying video showing her despair over the situation. Creator Atozi also revealed and discussed this issue, highlighting how serious Vitaly's financial and legal problems have become.
His mom got scammed for trying to pay for his legal fees. So according to his mom, she sent crypto to someone claiming to be his lawyer, because nothing says legitimate legal transaction like sending crypto to a random wallet address.
So Vitaly lost a lot of money after that. Just imagine, if Vitaly's mom hadn't lost such a huge amount, would she really be crying on camera? Definitely not. A mother can't act like that when her one and only son is stuck in a dangerous situation in the Philippines for so many days. Now, as you can see, some news reports are claiming that Vitaly is begging for cash after the massive crypto scam. A lot of data seems to confirm that his condition is indeed not good. Whether the reports are fully true or not, when a story doesn't make sense, it doesn't go viral. So it's very likely that Vitaly is out of money and asking for help. But things are getting even worse. Philippine authorities, who previously tried to deport him, are now taking advantage of the situation. The US and Russia refused his deportation. Now that he's out of money, authorities are saying that the proceedings will continue for more days and his deportation is effectively canceled.
Interior and Local Government Secretary John Vicremulia says that Russian vlogger Vitaly Zdorovetsky will not be deported yet, so he can face the consequences of his actions under Philippine law. This days after he was arrested on April 3 and said to have been awaiting deportation proceedings.
May dumating dito na isang Ruso na Amerikano na hinahamak ang ating pagkatao bilang Pilipino.
He also urges lawmakers to modify the cyber libel law to stop vloggers, both local and foreign, from making disruptive content in the country.
I told you before, in the Philippines, money talks and nothing else. Whenever you have a lot of money, you can do almost anything, even with the corrupt officials in custody.
Exorbitant bribes to corrupt prison officials for basic human comfort. We're talking in the millions of pesos in bribes over the course of his detention. This is just the way prisons work. Money talks especially behind bars.
But now, Vitaly is out of money and literally begging for help. Just imagine how the authorities are reacting. It's expected that they're taking advantage of the situation. Even creators like Atozy have expressed concern, highlighting how Vitaly is truly stuck and how his life is falling apart while he has no money to survive.
Vitaly, he's now in miserable conditions in the Philippines, but the dude made his own bed. I believe he didn't have any criminal intent. I think he really is that dumb. Even when he was confronted, he was essentially saying over and over again that he didn't believe he did anything wrong and nothing was ever going to happen. No matter what, he's stuck in this detention center for a while. And from what I've heard, the Philippines court system is extremely backlogged, so this could easily be 1-2 years of trial procedures for Vitaly here. This whole situation was just so avoidable on his part.
And not just that, Legal Mindset has also analyzed Vitaly's situation and explained what could actually happen to him.
He's never going to be fully free. Now, this is very interesting. Beyond that, he probably was a little bit intimidated of the local jails. Those are a tougher environment. There's a lot more locals. There might be people messing with them. He would have to behave himself with the local posses, the local gangs in that particular jail. He would have to kind of keep his head low. And that's something he probably was mindful of in that local jail. So now he's back in the BI. And mind you, the local jail he was transferred to was one of the world's toughest prisons. So if you've seen the World Toughest Prisons show, the one that he was transferred to under the BJMP was an extremely harsh prison. This was one that was one of the toughest in the world. He'd been slipping me information here and there. I think about a year and a half is about accurate for Vitaly.
So as of now, one thing is clear. Before, we all thought the reason Vitaly was not deported was because the US and Russia refused to take him. But now we know the real reason. Vitaly has no money. Officially, you can say it. Vitaly is broke and homeless. So now it really seems true. Vitaly is completely broke and has actually started begging for money. The reports might be accurate. If things are really going on like this, then Vitaly could be stuck in a situation similar to Johnny Somali. If you notice, Johnny Somali started with just 2 or 3 charges, but now he's facing 8. Just imagine what could happen if Philippine authorities take advantage of Vitaly's situation. They could start digging up even more charges against him. Definitely possible. What do you actually think about this? Let me know.
It was the year 2003, and American singer Barbara Streisand had a massive problem. A picture of her house or mansion was floating on the internet, and although it had only been downloaded 6 times, she decided that was 6 times too many and hatched the perfect plan to hide this image by suing the photographer for $50 million for a violation of privacy. However, unfortunately for her, the photo was actually taken as a part of a project to document coastal erosion and had no ill or creepy intentions. So her lawsuit was dismissed, and she was ordered to pay over $100,000 worth of the photographer's legal fees. But the worst part of all was that this whole situation caused 420,000 people to view the picture in just the next month. This phenomenon now
He's also now banned from Kick.com, so that steak deal is gone. Kick does not want to risk being banned in a whole country.
His mom got scammed for trying to pay for his legal fees. So according to his mom, she sent crypto to someone claiming to be his lawyer. He didn't believe he did anything wrong, and nothing was ever going to happen. No matter what, he's stuck in this detention center for a while.
The local posses, the local gangs in that particular jail. He would have to kind of keep his head low. And that's something he probably was mindful of.
Will not be deported yet, so he can face the consequences of his actions under Philippine law. Just days after he was arrested on April 3 and said to have been awaiting deportation proceedings.
Vitaly Zdorovetsky is now completely out of money and begging for help after losing everything. According to reports, his mother tried to send large sums to some Philippine lawyers who claimed they could save Vitaly, but the situation spiraled out of control. This news is shocking. The former multimillionaire is now allegedly begging for money in the Philippines, with $1 equal
Country? No. Huh? A little taste of me, please? Absolutely. You got a fork? I ain't no animal. If there's a fork available, I like to use it. You can buy that. You're a big boy. I'm not an animal. Do I look like a caveman? Do I eat with my hands? Don't get defensive. Huh? Are you mad? Me and him, we're gonna go head to head. That'll out. That's no, I nailed that dish. He knew it, I knew it. No way. Relax.
Joseph Tinelli, once a young talented chef, just got destroyed by Gordon Ramsay for his reckless behavior against him. This young talented chef, who could have been one of the most handsome and skilled chefs, could have become bigger than Salt Bae or other big chefs. But in just one show, his reckless behavior fully destroyed his life.
We sat down as a group, let everyone pick each other, you know? No peer pressure. We're men.
Thinking that controversy would make him viral, he ruined his real talent with his ruthless action, and also got humiliated by Master Chef Gordon Ramsay.
Watch the step. Yeah, watch the step, bitch.
That's how he completely ruined his career before it even started. The story is actually so simple. It's only one show, and Gordon Ramsay kicked him out for it. He never got back to the bright moments of his career again. So what actually happened? And how did Joseph Tinelli ruin his life and career in just one show? What happened on the show? I will break down the full details in this video. So if you know Johnny Somali or Jack Doherty for their reckless behavior and actions, they ruin their lives. But if you missed a mirror or shadow of them, that was Joseph Tinelli, who once came to Gordon Ramsay's show and became a controversial character even today. He literally ruined his career on just one show against Gordon Ramsay, using words no one had ever used against Gordon Ramsay before.
I ain't no fucking bitch, chef. I don't give a fuck. I ain't no bitch.
So to understand how exactly things escalated and how it all went too far for Joseph Tinelli, we need to rewind that. As you know, Gordon Ramsay is one big name of chef in the world of MasterChef, who is known for his tough anger with the contestants or other employees. Even once the Hell's Kitchen Season 6 runner-up, Kevin Cottle, said that before.
You're basically thrown into a kitchen that's high pressure, high stress, that they cultivate the stress on purpose, and then you have people that you need to gel with the team.
As you know, the combination of sleep deprivation and limited food creates a high-pressure situation where emotions run high. It's like a pressure cooker ready to whistle. Now, it's important to know the moment when Joseph Tinelli went up against Chef Ramsay.
You want to talk about fighting? Oh, wow. You want to get fucking rough? Do you think I'm scared?
Most fans support Gordon Ramsay and his grit, but one viewer was disappointed that the guards rushed to protect him so fast. He argued that if Ramsay is a black belt, he should handle Joseph Tinelli on his own. Well, that's why security is there. They are on Fox's payroll, and Fox doesn't want Ramsay in any trouble.
What am I learning by shooting shit? Nothing. What gets accomplished by running your mouth?
At the beginning, he didn't really understand what the show was about. He thought it would be something different from what it turned out to be. For example, he thought rewards were a waste of time. He focused on the main part of the competition, cooking, and didn't care about anything extra. That shows he has a strong competitive spirit.
What do you want me to say? They know who they fucking are. We chose as a group, and they stood out and they said they belong there.
Joseph didn't want to nominate team members because he was frustrated with how the show was going. He felt it was turning into a reality show with drama instead of focusing on cooking. His outburst was more about passion and pressure, not something planned. Some fans thought he was a plant, but I don't think so. Also, Joseph might have PTSD from military service. Naming teammates could trigger memories of dangerous situations. When someone has PTSD, their brain keeps them in that stress, even if they are safe. It's true he had anger issues, and the producers used that for TV. A Redditor said Joseph would drink a lot on set, get wasted, and sometimes almost fight people. The producers let it happen to make drama. Even Kevin Cottle said fans didn't see most of the crazy things Joseph did.
So during lunch, right, at any point are you sitting there and you're like, this is Gordon Ramsay.
I'm sitting here getting advice from one of the best chefs.
At the same time, Ramsay sometimes went too far. Contestants aren't actors. They are real people with real feelings. Producers also manipulated situations, riling Joseph up for reactions. But the confrontation itself wasn't staged. It was real, and people were shocked by how he reacted.
Anybody would hire me to work in their kitchen, and they'd be proud to have me there.
As you know, Joseph was right. After working as executive chef and part-time owner at American Beauty Bistro in North Massapequa, New York, he kept moving forward. He became executive chef at Uncle's Jack's Steakhouse and now works as executive chef at Taste Kitchen and Cocktails. Taste Kitchen and Cocktails has a solid 4-star rating on Yelp. I'm curious, have any of you been there? Joseph clearly has serious cooking skills. If he had focused just on cooking, he might have gotten the black jacket, but his attitude made the journey tougher. You know what I mean.
Let's go step outside, motherfucker. I ain't here for that, dog. You want to talk about fighting?
But guys, I would have been interested to see how Joseph did in the solo challenges. At the same time, his expressions of traditional masculinity, sexism, and need to show strength were concerning, as many viewers said. His comments, especially about the red team women, were uncomfortable to watch. Still, his strong competitive drive was clear from the very beginning.
And I want this, and I'm gonna get this. None of them will get in my fucking way.
As you know, Joseph came into the competition wanting to win really badly. He wanted to succeed no matter what. This made him work hard, but also get upset when things didn't go his way. Later, when Chef Ramsay said the Brussels sprouts were undercooked, Joseph got defensive and showed he didn't take criticism well.
A real taste of me, please? You got a fork? I'm not an animal. Do I look like a caveman? Do I eat with my fucking hands?
Joseph also had a bit of a superiority complex. Pauline might not have been the best person to give advice. Yeah, and his sarcasm in that moment was clear.
I really could use those tips. I'm hoping later that maybe you can teach me how to tie my shoelaces.
Not only just that, during the firefighter pass the meal service challenge, Joseph showed a dismissive attitude. He said the challenge was very easy and didn't need any special skills.
To clean shrimp is not a difficult challenge than a regular entry-level cook can do.
The disappointment in Chef Ramsay's review of his shrimp cleaning shows that Joseph's overconfidence didn't always match his actual cooking skills.
Disappointed, Joseph.
Next, losing the dinner service hit Joseph's pride. He seemed fragile and insecure. He was at the appetizer station with Jam. Before the orders started, he and Kevin and Van tried to get motivated. Joseph said he was ready to give everything he had.
I'm gonna do anything we have to do to make sure we work as a team. I'm fucking ready!
But the things get worse. At one point, he saw Tony struggling on the fish station and told Kevin to step in and help.
Tony was so lost, Kevin had to take the fish away from him.
Later, when Kevin sent a raw halibut out, Joseph stepped in to fix it. He didn't want it to be bad. He tried to take charge at the fish station, but when too many people got involved, he told everyone to calm down and focus.
I'm not checking the chickens. What the fuck is it doing in your arm?
Now, it's kind of ironic hearing those words from him. After a bad service in both kitchens, Ramsay told both teams to send out shrimp cocktails and close the kitchens. This is how Joseph reacted.
Shut the fuck up for a minute and fucking relax. You're all like chickens right now. Relax.
From what I've seen, Joseph seems to have a strong need to show his masculinity. Maybe it's a fear of looking weak, or just trying to fit the idea of a strong man. It feels like he needs to be the alpha in any room he's in.
Didn't feel good about it. Wasn't happy about it. We all look like broken men right there.
Now, listen to this. Mia Tyler, Steven Tyler's daughter, dedicated a message to Joseph, saying thanks for reminding her who she was before all the bad stuff. Yeah, Mia and Joseph are in love.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
In recent years, Joseph's life has changed a lot. He seems more calm and stable now. Mia Tyler, on the other hand, has faced many challenges. A divorce, raising her son Axton as a single mom, and dealing with addiction, anxiety, and the loss of her mother. That's when Joseph came into Mia's life. For her, he's been a blessing, giving support, love, and stability. Mia has even called Joseph the greatest man alive, showing how much he means to her. Joseph is still a guy who stirs up controversy. Some people think he's a game changer, others don't. What do you think? Hopefully Joseph has learned to be careful. So that's exactly how a young talented chef just ruined his career by fighting with big names like Gordon Ramsay, which is really insane. If people actually behave recklessly like that, then the TV show will become a joke and a place for people like Johnny Somali and Jack Doherty. Yes guys, so that's exactly why they should be held accountable. What do you actually think about that? Let me know.
Workers at his 20-plus restaurant locations are reporting horrific conditions, but one lawsuit alleges $230,000 in stolen tips. His restaurants seem to be making money, but workers are suspicious of the poor conditions. Is this going to be the end of Nusret Steakhouses?
Nusret restaurant with Salt Bay being an idiot, spending 15 G's and saying, do you remember when we didn't have a penny? 15 grand for dinner? We never had 15 grand in our savings account in our life.
The decline of Salt Bay. You know that butcher guy that used to go like this with the salt?
Yeah, he's a piece of garbage.
His empire crumbled. This guy.
So guys, Salt Bay's empire is not just declining, it's completely destroyed. The man who once flexed like he built a billionaire empire,
a lot of locations, $1 billion valuation,
is now losing it all. Reports in 2025 show his restaurants are taking heavy losses, with revenue dropping nearly 30%. And it's not just business failure. Lawsuits are piling up, payouts for stealing from employees, and courts are draining every bit of money from him.
Workers at his 20-plus restaurant locations are reporting horrific conditions, but one lawsuit alleges $230,000 in stolen tips.
Online, people are roasting him non-stop. Salt Bay went from being a global meme chef to being criticized all over the internet. Right now, Salt Bay is not only ruined financially, but his luxury chef image is gone forever. No more gold steaks, no more fake billionaire lifestyle. His career as the flashy internet chef pretty much finished.
Today I saw the decline of Salt Bay.
So what's really happening to Salt Bay? And how did his empire collapse this badly? Let's break it all down. Stay with me till the end. So guys, as you already know, most of Salt Bay's employees have filed lawsuits against him. The allegations are serious. They're saying Salt Bay stole a huge amount of money from his own workers. And now lawyers are confirming that he's facing massive backlash from the courts over all of this. You can even see in this clip where a lawyer talks about his situation.
Golden tomahawks, $300 burgers, and $1,100 steaks. Don't forget a pinch of salt. These are the prices at Salt Bay's world-famous restaurants, Nusret. But behind all the gold and the glitz and glam, there's a dark story here. Workers at his 20-plus restaurant locations are reporting horrific conditions, but one lawsuit alleges $230,000 in stolen tips. Salt Bay was forced to pay compensation in the lawsuit, but meanwhile, workers say that a culture of fear perpetuates these restaurants.
So now just imagine how much money Salt Bay is being forced to pay out because
Family Feud GeoGuessr Edition. Today we have two teams, the new gens who have only been playing for a couple years and the old gens with 5+ years experience. And yes, our host Diono actually surveyed 100 GeoGuessr pros for this.
All right, everyone, welcome to Family Feud, GeoGuessr Feud, in fact. So, all right, let's hop into it then. Round one. Our face-off round is going to be between Rainbolt and Finbar. So first person to buzz in, give a correct answer, and the highest correct answer will get control of the board. Here is our question. Name a country that players hate getting in GeoGuessr. Okay, Finbar has buzzed in first. Finbar, what is your answer?
Russia.
Russia.
Well, ironic there, man.
Is the correct answer. Very nice. And Finbar, that means you getting the number one answer. You have control of the board. Would you like to pass or play with your team?
Playing.
Okay. Feneb, the timer is on you. You have 30 seconds to give me a correct answer here. Name a country that players hate getting in GeoGuessr.
I'm going to say Brazil.
All right. We're going for Brazil. Let's see if Brazil is a correct answer. It is correct. Very nice. Feneb? That means you guys still have no strikes, and we'll go on to Spaghetti now. Spaghetti, 30 seconds.
Ooh, gonna go Cambodia.
Going with Cambodia here. Let's see if Cambodia is a correct answer. It is not, unfortunately. That's one. Go on to Spaghetti is a correct answer. It is correct. Very nice.
I'm gonna say
Feneb. The timer is on you. You have 30 seconds to give me a correct answer here. Name a country that players hate getting in GeoGuessr.
I'm going to say Brazil.
All right. We're going for Brazil. Let's see if Brazil is a correct answer. It is correct. Very nice. Feneb? That means you guys still have no strikes, and we'll go on to Spaghetti now. Spaghetti, 30 seconds.
Ooh, gonna go Cambodia.
Going with Cambodia here. Let's see if Cambodia is a correct answer. It is not, unfortunately. That's one strike for you guys. Still 2 more to play with. Antidotes over to you.
All right. My thought process is it's got to be a big country. Following Russia and Brazil, I'm going to say Argentina because personally I hate Argentina.
Okay. Big fan of Brazil, not so big of a fan as Argentina. Let's see if Argentina is the correct answer. It is not. Unfortunately. That's going to be 2 strikes. Finbar, you're telling your team to lock in, but I'm going to need you to lock in right now because it's back to you.
Bro, free answer. Mongolia.
Mongolia. Let's see if Mongolia is the correct answer. Definitely not.
Everyone just pick countries they hate.
Okay.
Bro, everyone hates Mongolia. What?
Okay, so now
That's
can we like talk amongst us and
Yeah,
get one
fine.
answer?
You're still on the board. You guys get 30 seconds to chat it over, and then you guys will have to give me an answer.
I was thinking US or France.
I thought US.
I was thinking
Me?
Indo.
Yeah, Indonesia or
As well, yeah.
Kazakhstan.
I liked Indo or US.
I could see Philly as well.
I think some people definitely say US, but Indo is valid as well. Yeah.
All right, 10 seconds.
Because Indo, everyone just always goes to the wrong island, right? Like, yeah.
I think Indo's safe. I think Indo and US are both like locks, to be fair.
Yeah.
So
Okay, what are we locking in?
Indonesia.
All right, we're locking in Indonesia. Let's see if Indonesia is correct. It is. Very nice, guys.
New pizza spot opened up near me, and honestly, it's about as good as it gets. 10 out of 10. And it's all mine for now until the masses discover it. It's ours now. And before I tell you how I found this exact pizzeria in New York City, I think there's some very important context on why this was important for me. You see, about 3 months ago, this guy also tweeted, the best pizza in New York right now is currently at Sayers on Mott Street, and it's not even close. And so this became his favorite pizza spot in New York City, and it looks really good, I can't lie. Fast forward about 2 weeks ago, Portnoy released a review on this exact same pizza spot and said this.
I'm going to take out the 9 marker, which I can't remember the last time I gave out a 9. I'm going 9.2. This is as good as you can get in New York City right now.
So this guy obviously has some pizza credit if he's out here calling the shots 3 months ago. But this is where things get interesting, because after that review went live, he says, dude, WTF, you ruined my favorite pizza spot. The line is fully down the block now. The photo of the line to his favorite pizza spot now that they became quite busy. He can't really eat his pizza there anymore. And then he goes back onto this tweet. Some replies to this tweet where he posted about his new favorite slice that says, pinging at Stol Presidente for a review, and he replies with, I won't give this one up. Well, I will. And there's nothing personal against this. I honestly just took this as a challenge, and honestly, it's probably a good opportunity to give this pizza place a shout out because it does look like good pizza as well. And this guy obviously has some pizza credibility, so if he says it's good, I actually believe him fully that it's going to be good. Also, before I do this, guys, this guy does genuinely seem like a good guy. I know he's probably watching this. Listen, this was nothing personal. I just saw it as a challenge, and I really hope no one sends this guy hate or backlash for this because honestly, I get it. The pizza looks pretty good. But unfortunately, I did get tagged in this, and, well, I don't turn down a challenge. All right, and there's actually a lot of context in this tweet that made this super easy to find.
On October 23, 2018, thousands of football fans were making their way to the game in Rome. Excitement for the game was high, and the fans began to chant and sing. At 7:03 p.m., around 50 people were riding the long escalator down to the platform. But within 30 seconds, the crowd had swelled to nearly double that. Everything seemed fine, but inside the escalator was a problem. The weight of the passengers was bearing down on the steps, and the load on the main motor was increasing. To try to slow the descent, the motor applied a counter-torque. But as the force continued to increase, the stairs began to move faster. By 7:04 p.m., the crowd had tripled. The motor finally reached its limit, and under the massive strain, the drum began to slip. With the motor losing control, the escalator triggered its second line of defense. A safety relay tripped, immediately cutting power to the motor. The main brake clamped down on the metal drum to stop the descent of the stairs. But it failed. The friction on the main drum wasn't enough to stop the motor from spinning, and the stairs continued to accelerate. Sensing the motor had lost control of the steps, the escalator engaged the last line of defense. In the event of an emergency, an auxiliary brake is designed to bypass the motor entirely and directly lock the drive shaft. Under normal circumstances, the chance that all three safety measures fail at the same time is vanishingly small. But these weren't normal circumstances. At 7:05 p.m., the third and final safety system failed, and the stairs began to plummet. Fans were flung forward and started streaming down the escalator. Some leapt over the central barrier in desperation, while others were swept into a crushing pileup. At the bottom, the landing became a dangerous choke point. Under the pressure, the steps twisted and buckled into jagged metal, leaving 24 people injured. Something like this shouldn't have been possible, and experts were people injured. Something like this shouldn't have been possible, and experts at the time knew that something had gone wrong, and they started to suspect foul play. In the aftermath, Rome's transit agency sealed off the accident site and closed the Republica station for several months. The authorities ordered both a technical and a criminal investigation, and the mayor even publicly vowed to discover the cause of the accident. So investigators began dismantling the wreck, tearing it down piece by piece to reconstruct what had happened. The ride people experienced on that escalator was one of the most terrifying rides of their lives, but maybe it's more similar to the origin of escalators than you might think. Like, what was the first escalator even used for? Do you want to have a guess? It was an attraction in a theme park all the way back in 1896. It had no steps, a 25-degree incline, and it was essentially just a slow conveyor belt made of metal and wooden parts. It brought people up a full 7 feet before they would have to walk down stairs on the other side. And it was a huge success. Over 75,000 people enjoyed the attraction during its 2-week stay at the Old Iron Pier on Coney Island. The ride was named the Continuous Elevator, and its inventor, Jesse Reno, had created it not just as an attraction, but as a proof of concept, because he saw it as the future of transportation. But as Reno watched people ride his invention, he began to notice a pattern. Nobody walked. Instead, they stood still, feet planted firmly sideways, with people gripping the handrail tightly. 2 years later, the department store Harrods in England installed a similar device. But the ride was so unsettling that Harrods had to put staff at the top to offer brandy to men and smelling salts to women, just to calm their nerves. See, for both devices, the 25-degree conveyor belt was precarious to walk on and unnerving to stand on. At around 12 degrees, walking on an incline becomes difficult. And 25 degrees is roughly the limit that our ankles can flex. If only there was a way to replace the conveyor belt with a moving set of stairs. Well, then the riders would always have a flat surface to stand on and a staircase they could climb if they wanted to. One attempt at a solution had already been around for 4 decades, and it was called the revolving stairs. It consisted of a chain that went around a loop. Then fixed stair-shaped blocks were attached to it, creating a flat surface to stand on during the main incline. But as soon as you'd reach the top, the steps tilted forward, making it treacherous to get off. And a similar problem plagued you at the bottom. Now you might think, if the top and bottom are causing problems, just extend each landing. But that also doesn't work. You just end up with a jagged mess for longer.
So how do modern escalators solve this problem? I mean, have you ever stopped to think what happens to the stairs at the top of the escalator when they disappear?
Clearly, we have steps going around in some sort of loop. But how do they actually behave on the return journey? What if I give you two options? Do they stay right side up, like the cabins in a Ferris wheel? Or do they flip upside down and then flip back again at the other side?
I'm gonna go this one all day.
Yeah. Ferris wheel?
This one makes more sense.
Ferris wheel.
Yeah, this one.
I think they turn upside down. And they're actually right side up.
I think I'm gonna go with the first one.
Wow, you're both, yeah.
The solution to this problem came from another inventor named George Wheeler. His idea forms the basis of every escalator in use today. A modern version of it works something like this.
A typical subway escalator has an electric motor at the top with a power output of around 50 kilowatts, smaller than most electric cars. This motor spins extremely fast at over 1,000 RPM, but it's pretty weak. So to drive the steps, the escalator needs to convert this into a slower output with more force. To do this, it uses a reduction gearbox and a gear system, lowering the output to just a few RPM and increasing the torque by a factor of around 100. The motor is connected with a large sprocket to a reinforced steel chain which pulls the stairs around a loop. The so-called step chain is fitted with wheels to allow it to roll smoothly around curves. But unlike the design for the revolving stairs, Wheeler proposed attaching each step to this chain through a single axle, giving it the freedom to rotate. Next, he added a second set of wheels to each step that followed a different track, allowing him to control the angle of each step at any point. On the incline, the two tracks overlap, just like the revolving staircase. But then at the top, the two tracks separate, and this is what allows us to keep the steps level throughout the entire ride. The tracks then remain separated and curve around. The steps flip upside down, tuck into the loop, and start their return journey. At the start of the incline, the tracks rejoin, and the whole process repeats.
So the answer is you are both wrong.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow, I never really thought about that.
Yeah, like I would say it's like an upside down elevator, bro.
Like, guess what? You're right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But despite all modern escalators adopting Wheeler's design, at the time it caught so little attention that he was forced to shelve the idea. It wasn't until 8 years later that another inventor, Charles Seeberger, bought his patent and capitalized on the invention. Seeberger partnered with the Otis Elevator Company, and together they built a prototype.
A year later, in 1900, they showcased it at the Paris Exposition Universelle. In total, 51 million people flocked to the exposition to see the marvels of modern technology. But one of the most popular exhibitions was the world's first true commercial escalator. The machine drew huge crowds. French historian Philippe Julien described it as the jolliest attraction at the exhibition, and wrote, "The escalator caused many an incident worthy of the vaudeville, separating families, sending old men sprawling, delighting the children, and reducing their nanas to despair." The escalator was even awarded one of the grand prizes of the fair. Shortly after, escalators started being installed in different places across the world.
But these escalators weren't perfect. They had smooth, flat stairs, and when they reached the top, these stairs would disappear under a wooden board, leaving a dangerous gap between them.
Shoelaces, coats, and especially the long skirts in fashion at the time easily got caught in the machinery. One incident even saw a 3-year-old girl getting her foot pinched in the gap. And while the girl luckily escaped with injured toes and a missing shoe, something in the design had to change. To solve this, Seeberger and Otis installed a triangular shunt at the end of the escalator, forcing riders to go off to the left before they reached the dangerous gap. This system worked, but it was awkward because it meant people had to put one foot onto solid ground while the other was still moving, which became especially tricky when some people stood still and others walked. So to reduce the risk of people getting in each other's way, operators asked people to stand on the right and keep the left lane clear for faster walkers. It's a convention we still often follow to this day.
But as it turns out, there's a much better solution than the shunt.
Modern escalator steps aren't smooth, they're grooved. These grooves then interlock perfectly with a comb plate at the top of the escalator. So now if a small item approaches the end, the comb plate lifts it up and out of harm's way. This makes it much harder for things to get stuck, and perhaps more importantly, it allows people to safely step off forwards. But the comb plate doesn't entirely solve the problem. We still have these gaps on the side of the escalator that can pinch and trap objects as the steps move. So to address this, a new safety feature called the skirt brush was added to the escalator in 1982. Escalators are full of subtle safety features like this, some old and some new, but almost all of them are designed around people. All the way back in 1896, Jesse Reno predicted that riders on his attraction would need something to hold onto, so he introduced a moving handrail. In a modern escalator, the motor has a separate connection to turn a friction wheel that drives the handrail.
The only problem is that friction wears things down, so over time the wheel gets smaller, and as its circumference decreases, each rotation moves the rubber loop a slightly shorter distance, so the handrail begins to move more slowly. The effect is small, but it builds up over time. So to compensate for this, a new handrail is calibrated to move around 2% faster than the steps. You can actually try this yourself. Next time you're standing on an escalator, just place your hand next to you as you stand still, and you will watch as your hand slowly drifts forward. This speed difference stops the handrail from lagging too far behind the steps over time.
Because I have definitely noticed that sometimes I'm on an escalator and then it's going faster than me. My hand is going faster than my body. But that means it's a new escalator.
Well, it's a new frictional wheel that drives the handrail. So it's yeah. we don't replace the entire escalator.
Oh wow! So that's like a party trick I can use to entertain my friends. I mean, I don't know when I'd have a party on an escalator, but whatever. If I'm on an escalator with my friends and I can see it moving, I'd be like, "Hey, that's because there's a new frictional wheel." I can tell them that and impress them.
But it's not just the handrail. The speed of the steps themselves is also something that needs to be carefully controlled. Modern escalators use AC induction motors, which are extremely good at regulating their rotational speed. And this has an unexpected benefit on downward escalators. With enough people riding, their weight is enough that the motor no longer has to power the ride. Instead, the weight of the passengers themselves drives the chain and causes the motor to spin. As more people board, the force on the motor increases and it's pushed to turn faster. But modern AC induction motors work by creating a rotating magnetic field. When the motor tries to spin faster than the field, electric currents are induced inside it, which then create their own magnetic field. This new field pushes back in the opposite direction to the spin, creating a braking force which resists the increase in speed. But something interesting happens when the motor resists like this. Rather than consuming energy, the physics of the motor flips, and it uses the excess mechanical energy to produce an electric current. This is called regenerative braking, and it's the same trick that electric vehicles use to recharge their batteries. In effect, the motor turns into a generator. The result is that on a busy day, many modern downward escalators aren't just moving people, they're actually generating electricity. Often, this is channeled back to the building's internal grid and used to power other devices, including the upward escalators.
So even the escalator that was invented by George Wheeler and was installed in 1920 at the Paris exhibition, etc. I mean, all these escalators were regenerated.
What?
Yeah, when there were people standing on the escalator in down direction, these escalators were feeding energy back into the grid.
No, it's like the down escalator is a generator?
This regenerative braking makes escalators extremely power efficient, but more importantly, it makes them inherently safe. But there is a point where if you keep adding weight, then eventually the force becomes so strong that the motor can no longer resist it. And if left unchecked, it would start accelerating uncontrollably. The stairs would go plummeting down, which is exactly what happened in Rome.
After a nearly 2-year-long investigation, the investigators published this 86-page report. Inside, it lists the exact sequence of events that led to the disaster. As fans crowded onto the escalator, their combined weight increased the load on the main motor. The motor tried to resist this change, but as more and more people funneled on, the force got too high, and eventually it hit a tipping point, and the motor started accelerating uncontrollably. Safety sensors in the machine noticed this sudden change and triggered 2 things in short succession. First, the power to the motor was cut, and immediately after that, the main brake engaged. 2 massive arms clamped down on the drum to lock it in place and avert a runaway.
This brake should have had enough stopping power to bring the fully loaded escalator to a halt, even under the massive strain. But it didn't. Tests after the incident showed that its braking force was far too low, around 37% of the manufacturer's specification.
The weakened brake struggled to slow the spinning motor, and the escalator's downhill acceleration continued. This is when the last line of defense kicked in. When the escalator's speed rose by more than 20%, the auxiliary brake triggered, driving steel wedges into a disc on the drive shaft.
But when investigators opened up this brake, they were shocked. The final mechanical backstop had been partially disabled. Someone had physically tied plastic straps around one of the 2 brake wedges and rendered it useless. With half the system unable to engage, its stopping power was cut by 50%, just enough for the weight of all those passengers to overpower the brake and render the last line of defense useless. Investigators knew that these failures should have been automatically recorded in the error logs, but when they went to check, they found nothing. The error codes had been turned off, meaning critical malfunctions could occur without leaving a trace. The only way this could happen was if they had been disabled on purpose, meaning someone must have reprogrammed the system to stop recording fault codes.
Next, investigators turned to the maintenance records. But they found these similarly incomplete, and evidence of major work on the escalator was nowhere to be found at all.
With all the main safety systems compromised and critical alerts turned off, the escalator had been a ticking time bomb. All findings from the technical investigation pointed not to a manufacturing defect, but to a pattern of neglect and falsification by those in charge of keeping the machine safe. This left the prosecution with one clear question: who was responsible?
The trail of evidence led back to June 2017, when maintenance responsibilities for Rome's escalators shifted to a new contractor, Metro Roma. The transit authority, ATAC, severed its contract with Metro Roma in an attempt to wash its hands of the situation. But as the criminal inquest continued, it became clear the problem went far deeper. The investigators discovered that Metro Roma had been working hand in hand with the transit authority, ATAC, and together they presided over negligent maintenance and falsified records all across the network. By September 2019, 11 suspects were named, and the courts had suspended 3 ATAC managers, along with the chief of Metro Roma.
The prosecution's findings were grave. In many cases, safety devices had been deliberately sabotaged to avoid escalator shutdowns. And those in charge had covered their tracks through a pattern of fraud and obstruction. In the midst of the public outrage, prosecutors recorded a chilling wiretap of ATAC manager Renato D'Amico.
The translation? If you run the numbers, out of 700 escalators, there'd be like 3 or 4 more dropping. Come on.
The prosecutors note in their report that D'Amico appeared uninterested in the possibility there might have been people on those 3 or 4 escalators. It was simply a matter of numbers and percentages to him. It was a callous remark, and it painted a clear picture of the incident. This wasn't an engineering failure, it was a human one. But that brings us to a more fundamental question. I mean, how safe are escalators really? The truth is, when they're properly maintained, the safety margins on escalators are enormous. Each system is engineered to handle forces far beyond what they'll ever see in service.
So the braking load of our step is like greater 15 kilonewtons, so 1.5 tons. So you can put an elephant on the step and it won't break. Well, I've never seen a step break in my whole career. Never seen a step chain break either. I mean, it's just not happening. I mean, I'm not here to say that there are no accidents on escalators, but the accidents I know, I mean, it's critical, like that you ensure the right maintenance. That's the important thing. Because in the end, it's all about maintenance.
When this is done right, the chances of a catastrophic failure are vanishingly small.
And with around 1.5 million escalators worldwide, that really is how it should be. In the US and Canada alone, over 100 billion escalator trips are happening every year, making the escalator one of the most widely used forms of transport on the planet. On a scale that large, it's sometimes easy to point the finger at our technology when things go wrong, but the truth is, no matter how well designed our systems are, they all rely on people to maintain them. And perhaps that's the lesson here. As humans, we have a duty of care, not just to ourselves, but to everyone around us. And sometimes that means taking responsibility for keeping each other safe. In a way, that's how the escalator's story began, with one person deciding to take responsibility for a problem that everyone else ignored. Back when Jesse Reno was at university, every day he had to climb more than 300 steps to get to his frat house. But while everyone else complained about this, Reno did something about it. He had the math, the science, and most importantly, the problem-solving skills to create the world's very first escalator, which he took to Coney Island. So how do you go from a frustrating everyday problem to an innovation that changes the world? Well, that's where today's sponsor, Brilliant, comes in. Brilliant is a learning app built around interactive problem solving. Whether it's electric circuits, probability, or even AI, Brilliant's courses are designed to help you build intuition, the kind that helps you see the world in new ways. Their unique approach lets you play with concepts and build your understanding from the ground up. This is actually my favorite way to learn anything, getting hands-on with ideas so that you actually understand them. Plus, it's been proven to be up to 6 times more effective than watching lecture videos. They're also releasing new and updated courses across math, science, coding, data technology, you name it. So there is always something new to dive into. The best part is you can start learning on Brilliant for free right now. Just go to brilliant.org/Veritasium. You can scan this QR code or click the link that I'll put down in the description. Brilliant has also given our viewers 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything they have to offer. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
On October 23rd, 2018,
Does it take to build a nuclear bomb? How can you predict the next word in a sentence? And how does Google know which page you're actually searching for? Well, the reason we know the answer to all of these questions is because of a strange math feud in Russia that took place over 100 years ago.
In 1905, socialist groups all across Russia rose up against the Tsar, the ruler of the empire. They demanded a complete political reform, or failing that he step down from power entirely.
This divided the nation into two. So on one side, you got the Tsarists, right? They wanted to defend the status quo and keep the Tsar in power. But then on the other side, you had the socialists, who wanted this complete political reform. And this division was so bad that it crept into every part of society, to the point where even mathematicians started picking sides.
On the side of the Tsar was Pavel Nekrasov, unofficially called the Tsar of Probability. Nekrasov was a deeply religious and powerful man, and he used his status to argue that math could be used to explain free will and the will of God.
His intellectual nemesis on the socialist side was Andrei Markov, also known as Andrei the Furious. Markov was an atheist, and he had no patience for people who were being unrigorous, something he considered Nekrasov to be, because in his eyes, math had nothing to do with free will or religion. So he publicly criticized Nekrasov's work, listing it among the abuses of mathematics. Their feud centered on the main idea people had used to do probability for the last 200 years. And we can illustrate this with a simple coin flip. When I flip the coin 10 times, I get 6 times heads and 4 times tails, which is obviously not the 50-50 you'd expect. But if I keep flipping the coin, then at first the ratio jumps all over the place. But after a large number of flips, we see that it slowly settles down and approaches 50-50. And in this case, after 100 flips, we end up on 51 heads and 49 tails, which is almost exactly what you would expect. This behavior, that the average outcome gets closer and closer to the expected value as you run more and more independent trials, is known as the law of large numbers. It was first proven by Jacob Bernoulli in 1713, and it was the key concept at the heart of probability theory right up until Markov and Nekrasov. But Bernoulli only proved that it worked for independent events, like a fair coin flip, or when you ask people to guess how much they think an item is worth, where one event doesn't influence the others. But now imagine that instead of asking each person to submit their guess individually, you ask people to shout out their answer in public. Well, in this case, the first person might think it's an extraordinarily valuable item and say it's worth around $2,000. But now all the other people in the room are influenced by this value, and so their guesses have become dependent. And now the average doesn't converge to the true value, but instead it clusters around a higher amount.
And so for 200 years, probability had relied on this key assumption that you need independence to observe the law of large numbers. And this was the idea that sparked Nekrasov and Markov's feud. See, Nekrasov agreed with Bernoulli that you need independence to get the law of large numbers. But he took it one step further. He said, if you see the law of large numbers, you can infer that the underlying events must be independent.
Take this table of Belgian marriages from 1841 to 1845. Now you see that every year the average is about 29,000. And so it seems like the values converge and therefore that they follow the law of large numbers. And when Nekrasov looked at other social statistics like crime rates and birth rates, he noticed a similar pattern. But now think about where all this data is coming from. It's coming from decisions to get married, decisions to commit crimes, and decisions to have babies, at least for the most part. So Nekrasov reasoned that because these statistics follow the law of large numbers, the decisions causing them must be independent. In other words, he argued that they must be acts of free will. So to him, free will wasn't just something philosophical. It was something you could measure. It was scientific.
But to Markov, Nekrasov was delusional. He thought it was absurd to link mathematical independence to free will. So Markov set out to prove that dependent events could also follow the law of large numbers, and that you can still do probability with dependent events.
To do this, he needed something where one event clearly depended on what came before. And he got the idea that this is what happens in text. Whether your next letter is a consonant or a vowel depends heavily on what the current letter is. So to test this, Markov turned to a poem at the heart of Russian literature, Eugene Onegin by Alexander Pushkin.
He took the first 20,000 letters of the poem, stripped out all punctuation and spaces, and pushed them together into one long string of characters. He counted the letters and found that 43% were vowels and 57% were consonants. Then Markov broke the string into overlapping pairs. That gave him 4 possible combinations: vowel-vowel, consonant-consonant, vowel-consonant, or consonant-vowel. Now, if the letters were independent, the probability of a vowel-vowel pair would just be the probability of a vowel twice, which is about 0.18, or an 18% chance. But when Markov actually counted, he found vowel-vowel pairs only show up 6% of the time, way less than if they were independent. And when he checked the other pairs, he found that all actual values differed greatly from what the independent case would predict. So Markov had shown that the letters were dependent.
And to beat Nekrasov, all he needed to do now was show that these letters still followed the law of large numbers. So he created a prediction machine of sorts.
He started by drawing 2 circles, one for a vowel and one for a consonant. These were his states. Now, say you're at a vowel, then the next letter could either be a vowel or a consonant. So he drew 2 arrows to represent these transitions. But what are these transition probabilities? Well, Markov knew that if you pick a random starting point, there is a 43% chance that it'll be a vowel. He also knew that vowel-vowel pairs occur about 6% of the time. So to find the probability of going from a vowel to another vowel, he divided 0.06 by 0.43 to find a transition probability of about 13%. And since there is a 100% chance that another letter comes next, all the arrows going from the same state need to add up to 1. So the chance of going to a consonant is 1 minus 0.13, or 87%. He repeated this process for the consonants to complete his predictive machine. So let's see how it works. We'll start at a vowel. Next, we generate a random number between 0 and 1. If it's below 0.13, we get another vowel. If it's above, we get a consonant. We got 0.78, so we get a consonant. Then we generate another number and check if it's above or below 0.67, 0.21, so we get a vowel. Now, we can keep doing this and keep track of the ratio of vowels to consonants. At first, the ratio jumps all over the place, but after a while, it converges to a steady value: 43% vowels and 57% consonants, the exact split Markov had counted by hand.
So Markov had built a dependent system, a literal chain of events, and he showed that it still followed the law of large numbers, which meant that observing convergence in social statistics didn't prove that the underlying decisions were independent. In other words, those statistics don't prove free will at all. Markov had shattered Nekrasov's argument, and he knew it. So he ended his paper with one final dig at his rival. Thus, free will is not necessary to do probability. In fact, independence isn't even necessary to do probability. With this Markov chain, as it came to be known, he found a way to do probability with dependent events. This should have been a huge breakthrough, because in the real world, almost everything is dependent on something else. I mean, the weather tomorrow depends on the conditions today. How a disease spreads depends on who's infected right now, and the behavior of particles depends on the behavior of particles around them. Many of these processes could be modeled using Markov chains.
Do people think it was like a mic drop moment, like, oh, Nekrasov is out, like Markov's a man, or people didn't really notice, or it was obscure, or...
I feel like people didn't really notice. Like, it wasn't a really big thing. And Markov himself seemingly didn't care much about how it might be applied to practical events. He wrote, "I am concerned only with questions of pure analysis. I refer to the question of the applicability with indifference." Little did he know that this new form of probability theory would soon play a major role in one of the most important developments of the 20th century. On the morning of the 16th of July, 1945, the United States detonated the Gadget, the world's first nuclear bomb. The 6-kilogram plutonium bomb created an explosion that was equivalent to nearly 25,000 tons of TNT. This was the culmination of the top-secret Manhattan Project, a 3-year-long effort by some of the smartest people alive, including people like J. Robert Oppenheimer, John von Neumann, and a little-known mathematician named Stanislav Ulam.
Even after the war ended, Ulam continued trying to figure out how neutrons behave inside a nuclear bomb. Now, a nuclear bomb works something like this. Say you have a core of uranium-235. Then when a neutron hits a U-235 nucleus, the nucleus splits, releasing energy and, crucially, 2 or 3 more neutrons. If, on average, those new neutrons go on to hit and split more than one other U-235 nucleus, you get a runaway chain reaction, so you have a nuclear bomb. But uranium-235, the fissile fuel needed for the bombs, was really hard to get. So one of the key questions was, just how much of it do you need to build a bomb? And this is why Ulam wanted to understand how the neutrons behave.
But then, in January of 1946, everything came to a halt. Ulam was struck by a sudden and severe case of encephalitis, an inflammation of the brain that nearly killed him. His recovery was long and slow, with Ulam spending most of his time in bed. To pass the time, he played a simple card game, solitaire. But as he played countless games, winning some, losing others, one question kept nagging at him. What are the chances that a randomly shuffled game of solitaire could be won? It was a deceivingly difficult problem to solve. Ulam played with all 52 cards, where each arrangement created a unique game, so the total number of possible games was 52 factorial, or about 8 times 10 to the 67. So solving this analytically was hopeless. But then Ulam had a flash of insight. What if I just play hundreds of games and count how many could be won? That would give him some sort of statistical approximation of the answer. Back at Los Alamos, the remaining scientists grappled with much harder problems than solitaire, like figuring out how neutrons behave inside a nuclear core.
In a nuclear core, there are trillions and trillions of neutrons all interacting with their surroundings. So the number of possible outcomes is immense, and computing it directly seemed impossible.
But when Ulam returned to work, he had a sudden revelation.
I was hovering Velkas and somebody banned my Velkas goes, how am I supposed to try hard now? But I know I'm playing with this type of player. Like imagine you're there to win in the locker room, like getting super ready, and then one of your teammates who you're supposed to be playing with steals your fucking shoes and runs off with them. Like what are you supposed to do? Don't hover your champ. Okay, you're playing Challenger. You're playing 0.001% of the fucking lobbies, and your solution is don't hover your champ, don't use the tactical team planner tool, because one of your guys might be a troll. Like at that point, like don't open league, don't turn your PC on, go fucking outside and then play sports. Don't even think about doing anything because there's a potential people might ruin it. I was hovering Velkas and somebody banned my Velkas.
could simulate these systems by generating lots of random outcomes, like I did with Solitaire. He shared this idea with von Neumann, who immediately recognized its power, but also spotted a key problem.
See, in Solitaire, each game is independent. How the cards are dealt in one game have no effect on the next. But neutrons aren't like that. A neutron's behavior depends on where it is and what it has done before.
So you couldn't just sample random outcomes like in Solitaire. Instead, you needed to model a whole chain of events, where each step influenced the next. What von Neumann realized is that you needed a Markov chain. So they made one, and a much simplified version of it works something like this.
Now, the starting state is just a neutron traveling through the core. And from there, three things can happen. It can scatter off an atom and keep traveling, so that gives you an arrow going back to itself. It can leave the system or get absorbed by a non-fissile material, in which case it no longer takes part in the chain reaction, and so it ends its Markov chain. Or it can strike another uranium-235 atom, triggering a fission event and releasing 2 or 3 more neutrons that then start their own chains.
But in this chain, the transition probabilities aren't fixed. They depend on things like the neutron's position, velocity, and energy, as well as the overall configuration and mass of uranium. So a fast-moving neutron might have a 30% chance to scatter, 50% chance to be absorbed or leave, and a 20% chance to cause fission. But a slower-moving neutron would have different probabilities. Next, they ran this chain on the world's first electronic computer, the ENIAC. The computer started by randomly generating a neutron starting conditions and stepped through the chain to keep track of how many neutrons were produced on average per run, known as the multiplication factor K. So, if on average 1 neutron produces another 2 neutrons, then K is equal to 2. And if on average every 2 neutrons produce 3 neutrons, then K is equal to 3 over 2, and so on. Then, after stepping through the full chain for a specified number of steps, we collect the average K value and record that number in a histogram. This process was then repeated hundreds of times and the results tallied up, giving you a statistical distribution of the outcome. If you find that in most cases K is less than 1, the reaction dies down. If it's equal to 1, there's a self-sustaining chain reaction, but it doesn't grow. And if K is larger than 1, the reaction grows exponentially and you've got a bomb.
With it, von Neumann and Ulam had a statistical way to figure out how many neutrons were produced without having to do any exact calculations. In other words, they could approximate differential equations that were too hard to solve analytically.
All that was needed was a name for the new method. Now, Ulam's uncle was a gambler, and the random sampling and high stakes reminded Ulam of the Monte Carlo casino in Monaco, and the name stuck. The Monte Carlo method was born. The method was so successful that it didn't stay secret for long. By the end of 1948, scientists at another lab, Argonne in Chicago, used it to study nuclear reactor designs. And from there, the idea spread quickly.
Ulam later remarked, "It is still an unending source of surprise for me to see how a few scribbles on a blackboard could change the course of human affairs."
And it wouldn't be the last time a Markov chain-based method changed the course of human affairs.
In 1993, the internet was open to the public, and soon it exploded. By the mid-1990s, thousands of new pages appeared every day, and that number was only growing.
This created a new kind of problem. I mean, how do you find anything in this ever-expanding sea of information? In 1994, 2 Stanford PhD students, Jerry Young and David Philo, founded the search engine Yahoo to address this issue. But they needed money. So a year later, they arranged to meet with Japanese billionaire Masayoshi Son, also known as the Bill Gates of Japan.
They were looking to raise $5 million for their new startup. But Son has other plans. He offers to invest a full $100 million instead. That's 20 times more than what the founders asked for. So Jerry Yang declines, saying, "We don't need that much." But Son disagrees. "Jerry, everyone needs $100 million. Before the founders get a chance to respond, Son jumps in again and asks, "Who are your biggest competitors?" Excite and Lycos, the pair respond. Sun orders his associate to write those names down, and then he says, "If you don't let me invest in Yahoo, I will invest in one of them, and I'll kill you." See, Sun had realized something. None of the leading search engines at the time had any superior technology. They didn't have a technological advantage over the others. They all just ranked pages by how often a search term appears on a given page.
So the battle for the #1 search engine would be decided by who could attract the most users, who could spend the most on marketing.
Lycos, go get it. Get Lycos, or get lost.
This is Revolution.
And marketing required a lot of money. Money that Sun had, so he could decide who won the war. Yahoo's founders realized they were left with no real choice but to accept Sun's investment.
So here we are right in the middle of Yahoo.
And within 4 years, Yahoo became the most popular site on the planet.
In the time it takes to say this sentence, Yahoo will answer 79,000 information requests worldwide. The two men are now worth $120 million each.
But Yahoo had a critical weakness.
See, Yahoo's keyword search was easy to trick. To get your page ranked highly, you could just repeat keywords hundreds of times, hidden with white text on a white background.
One thing they didn't have in those early days was a notion of quality of the result. So they had a notion of relevance, saying, does this document talk about the thing that you're interested in? But there wasn't really a notion of which ones are better.
What they really needed was a way to rank pages by both relevance and quality. But how do you measure the quality of a web page? Well, to understand meant that we need to borrow an idea from libraries.
So I'm old enough that library books used to have a paper card in it that was a stamp of all the due dates of when it was due back. You took a book, and if it had a lot of those, you said, oh, this is probably a good book. And if it didn't have any, you said, well, maybe this isn't the best book.
Stamps acted like endorsements. The more stamps, the better the book must be. And the same idea can be applied to the web. Over at Stanford, 2 PhD students, Sergey Brin and Larry Page, were working on this exact problem. Brin and Page realized that each link to a page can be thought of as an endorsement. And the more links a page sends out, the less valuable each vote becomes. So what they realized is that we can model the web as a Markov chain.
To see how this works, imagine a toy internet with just 4 web pages. Call them Amy, Ben, Chris, and Dan. These are our states. Typically, one web page links to others, allowing you to move between them. These are our transitions. In this setup, Amy only links to Ben, so there's a 100% chance of going from Amy to Ben. Ben links to Amy, Chris, and Dan, so there's a 33% chance of going to any of those pages, and we can fill out the other transition probabilities in the same way. So now we can run this Markov chain and see what happens. Imagine you're a surfer on this web. You start on a random page, say Amy, and you keep running the machine and keep track of the percentage of time you spend on each page. Over time, the ratio settles, and the scores give us some measure of the relative importance of these pages. You spend the most time on Ben, so Ben is ranked first, followed by Amy, then Dan, and lastly Chris. It might seem like there's an easy way to beat the system, just make 100 pages all linking to your website. Now you get 100 full votes and you'll always rank on top. But that is not the case. While during the first few steps they might make your page seem important, none of the other websites link to them. So over many steps, their contributions don't matter. You might have many links, but they're not quality links, so they don't affect the algorithm.
But there is still one problem though. Not all pages are connected. In networks like this one, a random server can get stuck in a loop, never reaching the rest of the web. So to fix this, we can set a rule that 85% of the time, our random server just follows a link like normal. But then for about 15% of the time, they just jump to a page at random. This damping factor makes sure that we explore all possible parts of the web without ever getting stuck. By using Markov chains, Page and Brin had built a better search engine, and they called it PageRank.
Because it's talking about how pages web pages react with each other, and also because the founder's name is Larry Page, so he snuck that in.
With PageRank, they got much better search results, often getting you to the site you were looking for in one go. Although to some, this sounded like a terrible idea.
Others said, oh, well, you're telling me you get a search that will get the right result on the first answer? Well, I don't want that, because if it takes them 3 or 4 searches to get the right answer, then I have 3 or 4 chances to show ads. And if you get them the answer right away, I'm just going to lose them. So, I don't see why better search is better.
But Page and Brin disagreed. They were convinced that if their product was far superior, then people would flock to it.
I would say it actually is a democracy that works. If all pages were equal, anybody can manufacture as many pages as they want. I can set up 1 billion pages on my server tomorrow. We shouldn't treat them all as equal.
Just looking at the data out of curiosity, we found that we had technology to do a better job of search, and we realized how impactful having great search can be.
And so, in 1998, they launched their new search engine to take on Yahoo. Initially, they called it Backrub, after the backlinks it analyzed. But then they realized that maybe that's not the most attractive name. Now, their ambitions were big, to essentially index all the pages on the internet, and they needed a name equally as big. So they thought of the largest number they could think of, 10 to the power 100, a Google. But then, when trying to register their domain, they accidentally misspelled it. And so, Google was born. Over the next 4 years, Google overthrew Yahoo to become the most used search engine.
Everyone who knows the internet almost certainly knows Google.
Googling is like oxygen to teenagers.
And today, Alphabet, which is Google's parent company, is worth around $2 trillion.
When Google makes even the slightest change in its algorithms, it can have huge effects.
Google. They're on fire, and the reason why they're on fire is because they're focused. And they're more focused than Yahoo, who does search. They're more focused than Microsoft, who does search with Bing. Yahoo has lots of traffic. They always have. They have some really great properties. But I don't think Yahoo is the go-to place, you know?
And at the heart of this trillion-dollar algorithm is a Markov chain, which only looks at the current state to predict what's going to happen next. But in the 1940s, Claude Shannon, the father of information theory, started asking a different question. He went back to Markov's original idea of predicting text, but instead of just using vowels and consonants, he focused on individual letters. And he wondered, what if instead of looking at only the last letter as a predictor, I look at the last two? Well, with that he got text that looked like this. Now, it doesn't make much sense, but there are some recognizable words, like way, off, and the. But Shannon was convinced he could do better. So next, instead of looking at letters, he wondered, what if I use entire words as predictors? That gave him sentences like this. The head and in frontal attack on an English writer that the character of this point is therefore another method for the letters that the time of whoever told the problem for an unexpected. Now, clearly this doesn't make any sense. But Shannon did notice that sequences of 4 words or so generally did make sense. For instance, attack on an English writer kind of makes sense. So Shannon learned that you can make better and better predictions about what the next word is going to be by taking into account more and more of the previous words. It's kind of like what Gmail does when it predicts what you're going to type next. And this is no coincidence. The algorithms that make these predictions are based on Markov chains.
They're not necessarily using letters. They use what they call tokens, some of which are letters, some of which are words, marks of punctuation, whatever. So it's a bigger set than just the alphabet. The game is simply, we have this string of tokens that, might be 30 long, and we're asking, what are the odds that the next token is this or this or this?
But today's large language models don't treat all those tokens equally. Because unlike simple Markov chains, they also use something called attention, which tells the model what to pay attention to. So in the phrase, the structure of the cell, the model can use previous context like blood and mitochondria to know the cell most likely refers to biology rather than a prison cell, and it uses that to tune its prediction. But as large language models become more widespread, one concern is that the text they produce ends up on the internet, and that becomes training data for future models.
When you start doing that, the game is very soon over. You come, in this case, to a very dull, stable state. It just says the same thing over and over and over again forever. The language models are vulnerable to this process.
And any system like this, where we have a feedback loop, will become hard to model using Markov chains.
Take global warming, for instance. As we increase the amount of carbon dioxide in the air, the average temperature of the Earth increases. But as the temperature increases, the atmosphere can hold more water vapor, which is an incredibly powerful greenhouse gas. And with more water vapor, the temperature increases further, allowing for even more water vapor. So you get this positive feedback loop, which makes it hard to predict what's going to happen next. So there are some systems where Markov chains don't work. But for many other dependent systems, they offer a way of doing probability.
But what's fascinating is that all these systems have extremely long histories. I mean, you could trace back all the letters in a text, trace back all the interactions of what a neutron did, or trace back the weather for weeks. But the beautiful thing Markov and others found is that for many of these systems, you can ignore almost all of that. You can just look at the current state and forget about the rest. That makes these systems memoryless. And it's this memoryless property that makes Markov chains so powerful. Because it's what allows you to take these extremely complex systems and simplify them a lot to still make meaningful predictions.
As one paper put it, problem solving is often a matter of cooking up an appropriate Markov chain.
It's kind of ridiculous to me that this basic fact of mathematics would come out of a fight like that, which, really had nothing to do with it. But all the evidence suggests that it really was this determination to show up the cross-off that led Markov to do the work.
But there's one question we still haven't answered. When playing solitaire, how did Ulam know his cards were perfectly shuffled? I mean, how many shuffles does it take to get a completely random arrangement of cards?
If you have a deck of cards, you need to shuffle it, right?
Okay.
How often, if you're shuffling, you split it in half and then you do how often do you have to shuffle it to make it completely random?
2.
2?
Yeah, I'm going with 26.
4 times.
4 times.
I don't know. 52 times.
Okay. It's not a bad guess.
7?
It is 7.
Really?
Yeah.
So you can think of card shuffling as a Markov chain, where each deck arrangement is a state, and then each shuffle is a step. And so for a deck of 52 cards, you riffle shuffle it 7 times, then every arrangement of the deck is about equally likely. So it's basically random.
But I can shuffle like that. So for me, what I do is I do it like this. How many times do you think you have to shuffle like this to get it random?
What do you think? And perhaps more importantly, how would you go about working it out? Well, that's where today's sponsor, Brilliant, comes in. Brilliant is a learning app that gets you hands-on with problems just like this. Whether it's math, physics, programming, or even AI, Brilliant's interactive lessons and challenges let you play your way to a sharper mind. You can discover how large language models actually work, from basic Markov chains to complex neural networks, or dig into the math behind this shuffling question. It's a fun way to build knowledge and skills that help you solve all kinds of problems, which brings us back to our shuffle. So, Casper, what actually is the answer?
It's actually over 2,000. What? Crazy, right?
Yeah.
So the next time someone offers to shuffle before a game, make sure they're doing it right. 7 riffles or it doesn't count. But the interesting part isn't just knowing that, it's understanding why and seeing how a simple question can lead you to some surprisingly complex mathematics. And that's what Brilliant is all about. So to try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Veritasium. Click that link in the description or scan this handy QR code. And if you sign up, you'll also get 20% off their annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
Easy.
This is a video about the most famous problem in game theory. Problems of this sort pop up everywhere, from nations locked in conflict to roommates doing the dishes. Even game shows have been based around this concept. Figuring out the best strategy can mean the difference between life and death, war and peace, flourishing and the destruction of the planet. And in the mechanics of this game, we may find the very source of one of the most unexpected phenomena in nature: cooperation. On the 3rd of September 1949, an American weather monitoring plane collected air samples over Japan. In those samples, they found traces of radioactive material. The Navy quickly collected and tested rainwater samples from their ships and bases all over the world. They also detected small amounts of cerium-141 and yttrium-91.
But these isotopes have half-lives of 1 or 2 months, so they must have been produced recently.
And the only place they could have come from was a nuclear explosion. But the US hadn't performed any tests that year, so the only possible conclusion was that the Soviet Union had figured out how to make a nuclear bomb. This was the news the Americans had been dreading. Their military supremacy, achieved through the Manhattan Project, was quickly fading.
This makes the problem of Western Europe and the United States far more serious than it was before, and perhaps makes the imminence of war greater.
Some thought their best course of action was to launch an unprovoked nuclear strike against the Soviets while they were still ahead. In the words of Navy Secretary Matthews, to become aggressors for peace. John von Neumann, the founder of game theory, said, "If you say, why not bomb them tomorrow, I say, why not bomb them today? If you say today at 5 o'clock, I say, why not at 1 o'clock?"
Something needed to be done about nuclear weapons, and fast. But what?
In 1950, the RAND Corporation, a US-based think tank, was studying this question. And as part of this research, they turned to game theory. That same year, 2 mathematicians at RAND had invented a new game, one which, unbeknownst to them at the time, closely resembled the US-Soviet conflict.
This game is now known as the prisoner's dilemma. So let's play a game.
A banker with a chest full of gold coins invites you and another player to play against each other. You each get 2 choices. You can cooperate or you can defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. If one of you cooperates but the other defects, then the one who defected gets 5 coins and the other gets nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get a coin. The goal of the game is simple: to get as many coins as you can.
So, what would you do?
Suppose your opponent cooperates. Then you could also cooperate and get 3 coins. Or you could defect and get 5 coins instead. So you are better off defecting. But what if your opponent defects instead? Well, you could cooperate and get no coins, or you could defect and at least get 1 coin. So no matter what your opponent does, your best option is always to defect.
Now, if your opponent is also rational, they will reach the same conclusion and therefore also defect.
As a result, when you both act rationally, you both end up in the suboptimal situation, getting 1 coin each, when you could have gotten 3 instead. In the case of the US and Soviet Union, this led both countries to develop huge nuclear arsenals of tens of thousands of nuclear weapons each, more than enough to destroy each other many times over.
But since both countries had nukes, neither could use them. And both countries spent around $10 trillion developing these weapons. Both would have been better off if they had cooperated and agreed not to develop this technology further. But since they both acted in their own best interest, they ended up in a situation where everyone was worse off. The Prisoner's Dilemma is one of the most famous games in game theory. Thousands and thousands of papers have been published on versions of this game. In part, that's because it pops up everywhere.
Impalas, living in between African woodlands and savannas, are prone to catching ticks, which can lead to infectious diseases, paralysis, even death. So it's important for impalas to remove ticks, and they do this by grooming. But they can't reach all the spots on their bodies, and therefore they need another Impala to groom them. Now, grooming someone else comes at a cost. It costs saliva, electrolytes, time, and attention, all vital resources under the hot African sun, where a predator could strike at any moment. So for the other Impala, it would be best not to pay this cost. But then again, it too will need help grooming. So all Impalas face a choice. Should they groom each other or not? In other words, should they cooperate or defect?
Well, if they only interact once, then the rational solution is always to defect. That other Impala is never going to help you, so why bother? But the thing about a lot of problems is that they're not a single prisoner's dilemma.
Impalas see each other day after day, and the same situation keeps happening over and over again. So that changes the problem. Because instead of playing the prisoner's dilemma just once, you're now playing it many, many times. And if I defect now, then my opponent will know that I defected, and they can use that against me in the future. So, what is the best strategy in this repeated game? That is what Robert Axelrod, a political scientist, wanted to find out. So in 1980, he decided to hold a computer tournament.
He invited some of the world's leading game theorists from many different subjects to submit computer programs that would play each other.
Axelrod called these programs strategies. Each strategy would face off against every other strategy and against a copy of itself. And each matchup would go for 200 rounds. That's important, and we'll come back to it. Now, Axelrod used points instead of coins, but the payoffs were the same. The goal of the tournament was to win as many points as possible. And in the end, the whole tournament was repeated 5 times over to ensure the success was robust and not just a fluke. Axelrod gave an example of a simple strategy. It would start each game by cooperating and only defect after its opponent had defected twice in a row. In total, Axelrod received 14 strategies, and he added a 15th called random, which just randomly cooperates or defects 50% of the time. All strategies were loaded onto a single computer where they faced off against each other. One of the strategies was called Friedman. It starts off by cooperating, but if its opponent defects just once, it will keep defecting for the remainder of the game. Another strategy was called Joss. It also starts by cooperating, but then it just copies what the other player did on the last move. Then around 10% of the time, Joss gets sneaky and defects. There was also a rather elaborate strategy called Grasscamp. This strategy works the same as Joss, but instead of defecting probabilistically, Grasscamp defects in the 50th round, to try and probe the strategy of its opponent and see if it can take advantage of any weaknesses. The most elaborate strategy was Name Withheld, with 77 lines of code. After all the games were played, the results were tallied up and the leaderboard established.
The crazy thing was that the simplest program ended up winning, a program that came to be called Tit for Tat.
Tit for Tat starts by cooperating, and then it copies exactly what its opponent did in the last move. So it would follow cooperation with cooperation and defection with defection. But only once. If its opponent goes back to cooperating, so does Tit for Tat. When Tit for Tat played against Friedman, both started by cooperating, and they kept cooperating, both ending up with perfect scores for complete cooperation. When Tit for Tat played against Joss, they too started by cooperating, but then on the 6th move, Joss defected. This sparked a series of back and forth defections, a sort of echo effect.
Okay, so now you've got this alternating thing, which will remind you of some of the politics of the world today, where we have to do something to you because of what you did to us. And then when this weird program throws in a second unprovoked defection, now it's really bad, because now both programs are going to defect on each other for the rest of the game. And that's also like some of the things that we're seeing in politics today and in international relations.
As a result of these mutual retaliations, both Tit for Tat and Joss did poorly.
But because Tit for Tat managed to cooperate with enough other strategies, it still won the tournament.
We're being joined.
Hey, my God, there's Professor Axelrod.
Hey, there's Steven Stuart.
Whoa, what a treat this is.
And I imagined initially it'd be sort of like computer chess, where you need a pretty complicated program to play a sophisticated game. But in fact, it was not like that at all. It was the simplest strategy that did the best. So I analyzed how that happened.
Axelrod found that all the best performing strategies, including tit for tat, shared 4 qualities. First, they were all nice, which just means they are not the first to defect. So tit for tat is a nice strategy. It can defect, but only in retaliation. The opposite of nice is nasty. That's a strategy that defects first. So Joss is nasty. Out of the 15 strategies in the tournament, 8 were nice and 7 nasty. The top 8 strategies were all nice, and even the worst performing nice strategy still far outscored the best performing nasty one. The second important quality was being forgiving. A forgiving strategy is one that can retaliate, but it doesn't hold a grudge. So tit for tat is a forgiving strategy. It retaliates when its opponent defects, but it doesn't let defections from before the last round influence its current decisions. Friedman, on the other hand, is maximally unforgiving.
After the first defection, just from the opponent would defect for the rest of the game. Okay, that's it. No mercy. And that might feel good to do, but it doesn't end up working out well in the long run.
This conclusion, that it pays to be nice and forgiving, came as a shock to the experts. Many had tried to be tricky and create subtle, nasty strategies to beat their opponent and eke out an advantage. But they all failed. Instead, in this tournament, nice guys finished first. Now, tit for tat is quite forgiving, but it's possible to be even more forgiving. Axelrod's sample strategy only defects after its opponent defected twice in a row. It was tit for 2 tats. Now, that might sound overly generous, but when Axelrod ran the numbers, he found that if anyone had submitted the sample strategy, they would have won the tournament.
I mean, it's so clever. There's so many layers to this story. After Axelrod published his analysis of what happened, or circulated it among these game theorists, he said, now that we all know what worked well, let's try again.
So he announced a second tournament where everything would be the same except for one change: the number of rounds per game. See, in the first tournament, each game lasted precisely 200 rounds. And that is important, because if you know when the last round is, then there's no reason to cooperate in that round. So you're better off defecting. Of course, your opponent should reason the same, and so they should also defect in the last round. But if you both anticipate defection in the last round, then there's no reason for you to cooperate in the second to last round, or the round before that, and so on all the way to the very first round.
And so in Axelrod's tournament, it was a very important thing that the players didn't know exactly how long they were going to be playing. They knew on average it would be 200 rounds, but there was a random number generator that prevented them from knowing with certainty.
Yeah, if you're not sure when it ends, then you have to kind of keep cooperating because it might keep going and you might need them on your side. Yeah. For this second tournament, Axelrod received 62 entries and again added random. The contestants had gotten the results and analysis from the first tournament and could use this information to their advantage. This created 2 camps. Some thought that clearly being nice and forgiving were winning qualities, so they submitted nice and forgiving strategies. One even submitted tit for 2 tats. The second camp anticipated that others would be nice and extra forgiving, and therefore they submitted nasty strategies to try to take advantage of those that were extra forgiving. One such strategy was called Tester. It would defect on the first move to see how its opponent reacted. If it retaliated, Tester would apologize and play tit for tat for the remainder of the game. If it didn't retaliate, Tester would defect every other move after that. But again, being nasty didn't pay.
And once again, tit for tat was the most effective.
Nice strategies again did much better. In the top 15, only 1 was not nice. Similarly, in the bottom 15, only 1 was not nasty. After the second tournament, Axelrod identified the other qualities that distinguished the better performing strategies. The third is being retaliatory, which means if your opponent defects, strike back immediately. Don't be a pushover.
always cooperate is a total pushover, and so it's very easy to take advantage of. Tit for tat, on the other hand, is very hard to take advantage of. The last quality that Axelrod identified is being clear.
Programs that were too opaque, that were too similar to a random program, you couldn't figure them out because they were so complicated. It was very hard to establish any pattern of trust with a program like that because you couldn't figure out what it was doing. Not you, I mean the other programs it was playing couldn't figure them out. And so they would end up more or less defaulting to thinking every turn is like the last time I'm going to see you, so I might as well defect. What to me is mind-blowing about this is that these four principles, being nice, forgiving, provocable, and clear, is a lot like the morality that has evolved around the world that is often summarized as an eye for an eye. It's not Christianity, by the way. It's not turn the other cheek philosophy. It's some older philosophy.
What's interesting is that while Tit for Two Tats would have won the first tournament, it only came 24th in the second tournament.
This highlights an important fact. In the repeated prisoner's dilemma, there is no single best strategy. The strategy that performs best always depends on the other strategies it's interacting with.
For example, if you put Tit for Tat in an environment with only the ultimate bullies of always defect, then Tit for Tat comes in last.
I wanted to see whether, for example, the Tit for Tat did well because it did well with really stupid rules that didn't do well at all themselves, that basically it took advantage of people.
So he ran a simulation where successful strategies in one generation would see their numbers grow, and unsuccessful ones would see their numbers drop. In this simulation, the worst performing strategies quickly shrink and go extinct, while the top performing strategies become more common. Harrington, the only nasty strategy in the top 15, first grew quickly, but then as the strategies it was preying on went extinct, Harrington's numbers also quickly dropped.
This shows a main benefit of this simulation because it tests how well a strategy does with other successful strategies.
After 1,000 generations, the proportions are mostly stable, and only nice strategies survive. Again, Tit for Tat comes out on top, representing 14.5% of the total population.
Now, this process may sound similar to evolution, but there is a subtle difference, which is that in this case there are no mutations, so it's actually an ecological simulation.
But what if the world you started in was different?
Imagine a world that is a really nasty place to live, more or less populated with players that always defect. Except there's a little cluster of tit-for-tat players that live in some kind of nucleus. And they get to play with each other a lot because they're geographically sequestered. They will start building up a lot of points, and also, because that translates into offspring, they'll start to take over the population. So, in fact, Axelrod showed that a little island of cooperation can emerge and spread, and eventually will take over the world, which is fantastic. How can cooperation emerge in a population of players who are self-interested, who are not trying to be good because they're good-hearted? You don't have to be altruistic. You could be looking out for number one for yourself and your own interests, and yet cooperation can still emerge.
Some argue that this could explain how we went from a world full of completely selfish organisms, where every organism only cared about themselves, to one where cooperation emerged and flourished. From impalas grooming each other to fish cleaning sharks. Many life forms experience conflicts similar to the prisoner's dilemma, but because they don't interact just once, both can be better off by cooperating. And this doesn't require trust or conscious thought either, because the strategy could be encoded in DNA. As long as it performs better than the other strategies, it can take over a population.
Axelrod's insights were applied to areas like evolutionary biology and international conflicts. But there was one aspect that his original tournaments didn't cover. What happens if there is a little bit of random error in the game, some noise in the system? For example, one player tries to cooperate, but it comes across as a defection. Little errors like this happen in the real world all the time.
Like in 1983, the Soviet satellite-based early warning system detected the launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile from the US. But the US hadn't launched anything. The Soviet system had confused sunlight reflecting off high-altitude clouds with a ballistic missile. Thankfully, Stanislav Petrov, the Soviet officer on duty, dismissed the alarm.
But this example shows the potential costs of a signal error and the importance of studying the effects of noise on those strategies.
The word game sounds like it's a children's game, or there's something a misnomer maybe in calling it game theory, because these are life and death matters, obviously. And as you mentioned that this came up in the Cold War, I mean, it could actually be life and death of the whole planet. We could annihilate human civilization. So these are not games in any kind of trivial sense. It's just the term that is used by mathematicians and theorists.
When tit for tat plays against itself in a noisy environment, both start off by cooperating. But if a single cooperation is perceived as a defection, then the other tit for tat retaliates, and it sets off a chain of alternating retaliations. And if another cooperation is perceived as a defection, then the rest of the game is constant mutual defection. Therefore, in the long run, both would only get a third of the points they would get in a perfect environment. Tit for tat goes from performing very well to performing poorly.
So how do you solve this? Well, you need a reliable way to break out of these echo effects. And one way to do this is by playing tit for tat, but with around 10% more forgiveness.
So instead of retaliating after every defection, you only retaliate around 9 out of every 10 times. This helps you break out of those echoes while still being retaliatory enough to not be taken advantage of.
And so we also ran the tournament with noise and generosity. And that did quite well. My favorite example is tit for tat does really well, but it could never do better than the player it's playing with.
I mean, think about it. By design, all they can do is lose or draw.
And yet, when the results of all interactions are tallied up, they come out ahead of all other strategies. Similarly, always defect can never lose a game. It can only draw or win. But overall, it performs extremely poorly. This highlights a common misconception, because for many people when they think about winning, they think they need to beat the other person. In games like chess or poker, this is true, since one person's gain is necessarily another person's loss, so these games are zero-sum.
But most of life is not zero-sum. To win, you don't need to get your reward from the other player. Instead, you can get it from the banker. Only in real life, the banker is the world. It is literally everything around you. It is just up to us to find those win-win situations and then work together to unlock those rewards. Cooperation pays, even among rivals.
From 1950 to 1986, the US and Soviet Union had trouble cooperating, and both kept developing nukes. But then, from the late 80s onwards, they started reducing their nuclear stockpiles.
They too had learned how to resolve conflict. Rather than making an agreement to abolish all nuclear arms at once and essentially turning it into a single prisoner's dilemma, they would disarm slowly, a small number of nukes each year, and then they'd check each other to see that they had both cooperated, and then repeat the year after, and the year after that, all along checking to ensure mutual cooperation. In the more than 40 years since Axelrod's tournaments, researchers have continued to study which strategies perform best in a variety of environments. In doing so, they varied everything from payoff structures to strategies to errors and more. Some even allowed the strategies to mutate. While tit for tat or generous tit for tat doesn't always come out on top, Axelrod's main takeaways still hold. Be nice, forgiving, but don't be a pushover.
Can I ask you, why did Anatol Rappaport submit tit for tat?
Well, the reason was because I asked him to.
Why did Anatol Rappaport submit tit for tat?
Well, the reason was because I asked him to. And he wrote saying, yeah, I'm willing to do that, but I just want to be clear that I'm not sure that this is really such a good idea. He was a peace researcher, and I think his own inclinations were to be much more forgiving and maybe and not be so provocable.
What I find fascinating is that one of the main things that sets life apart from non-living things is that life gets to make decisions. We get to make choices that don't only change our future, but also the future of those we interact with. See, in the short term, it is often the environment that shapes the player, that determines who does well, but in the long run, it is the players that shape the environment. So let's play a game, the game of life. And make your choices wisely, because their impact may reach further than you think. Using the right strategy matters, but figuring out the best strategy isn't easy. It requires critical thinking and innovative solutions, like Axelrod's tournaments. If you're looking for an easy way to build your problem-solving skills, then check out this video's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant will help make you a better thinker in everything from math and data science to programming, technology, you name it. You can start right now for free, straight from your device, the device you're watching this on. All you need to do is set your learning goal, and Brilliant will design the perfect path for you, equipping you with all the tools you need to reach it. Did you like today's insights from game theory? Then Brilliant's brand new course, Intro to Probability, is the perfect next step. Introduction to Probability is your gateway to mastering the tools of chance, risk, and prediction. You will learn how to construct and analyze models of real-world situations, from electrons and business decisions all the way to the 2023 Women's World Cup. Whether you're a budding statistician or you just want to learn about randomness and chance, this course will equip you with the skills you need to make decisions in uncertain situations. You'll even take a page out of Axelrod's playbook and learn how to build computer simulations to put your strategies to the test. Beyond probability, Brilliant has a massive library of content covering everything from math to data science and programming to technology. What I love about Brilliant is that each lesson is hands-on, so you'll build real intuition. And the best part is that you can learn with Brilliant on the go. To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Veritasium. And the first 200 of you to sign up will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching. Does it take to build? Someone had already found the solution. In 1972, a 32-year-old British chemist named Stanley Whittingham was studying how different materials store energy at Exxon's research lab in New Jersey. Yes, that Exxon, the multinational oil giant, then the largest oil company in the world. They were researching batteries. The next year, war broke out between Egypt, Syria, and Israel. When the US backed Israel, Arab oil producers cut off oil exports in retaliation. And on December 22nd, the price of crude oil more than doubled from $5.12 a barrel to $11.65. In response, President Nixon created policies of a barrel to $11.65. In response, President Nixon created policies to try to keep oil prices down. But they backfired, and the shortage only got worse. Americans were left queuing for hours at gas stations as the government introduced a rationing program. It got so bad that they even dropped the national speed limit to 55 miles per hour just to cut consumption. At Exxon, executives were worried that supplies would run out entirely, so they started looking seriously at alternatives like electricity. This wasn't a new idea. In fact, in 1900, when cars were first taking off, the top-selling car was electric, ahead of steam and gas-powered cars. But the problem with these electric cars was their batteries. They weighed 360 kilograms, around 40% of the car's weight, but they could only take you around 60 kilometers. And the energy density wasn't just low, it also degraded over time. Every time you recharged, it got worse. After fewer than 500 charges, your range would have dropped to about 40 kilometers. So by 1924, gas-powered cars outnumbered electric 10,000 to 1. But now that the oil supplies were running out, it seemed to Exxon that there was no other solution than to bring back the electric car. And to do that, they needed a battery with a much higher energy density. So suddenly, Whittingham's side project became a top priority. Exxon poured in resources, giving him free rein to, in his words, do pretty much what I wanted as long as it did not involve petroleum.
The very first battery dates back to a curious incident in the 1780s, when Italian scientist Luigi Galvani was dissecting a frog to study its anatomy. He anchored one side of the frog on a brass hook and went to cut it open with a steel scalpel. But when he touched the scalpel to the frog's leg, he noticed it suddenly twitched, as if it had come back to life. Galvani believed he'd discovered a sort of animal electricity, a living force produced by the tissue itself. But Galvani's rival, Alessandro Volta, disagreed. He thought it came from the metals themselves. And you can see this with lots of different materials. Veritasium producer Gregor set up a version of this experiment, minus the frog, to test it out.
I have zinc, magnesium, and iron here. I can take any of these metals, stick them into one side of a lemon, and stick some copper on the other side. If I hook these up to a voltmeter, I should be getting a voltage. And we got around 0.8 volts. Now, the reason this happens is because some elements want to get rid of their electrons more than others. So if you pair one that really doesn't want its electrons with one that really wants some, well, then the electrons are going to be traveling across.
Let's look at the zinc. What's happening here is that zinc is losing its electrons. The zinc ions enter the juice and the electrons are forced to go through the circuit to get to the other side. There, hydrogen ions in the lemon juice want those electrons, so they receive them and turn into hydrogen gas. You've got one side that gives up electrons, that's the anode, and you've got one that receives them, that's the cathode.
But why do you need the lemon at all? If there's no flow of the positive ions through to the other side, the electrons stop moving almost immediately. This happens because all of the electrons now get bunched up in the copper, making it extremely negatively charged, and that is just going to push away any more electrons from coming over to the other side.
That's because electrons can't travel through lemon juice. Liquids like this don't have free electrons the way metals do, so electrons stay in the wire. They'll only leave the circuit at the copper side if there's something in the juice, like hydrogen ions ready to take them, and if the reaction releases enough energy to make that transfer happen. But positive ions in the juice can move. They travel across to balance the charge, allowing the current to keep flowing. A solution that carries charge this way, by moving ions, is called an electrolyte.
But we could also do this with the other metals to get a similar reaction, and we can actually quantify how much each of these metals wants or doesn't want electrons. With zinc, we already got around 0.9 volts. But if you try it with iron, for example, you get something lower, 0.5 or 0.6 volts. Now, magnesium is tricky and it would be a bit higher, but it oxidizes so quickly that even if I scrape some of the oxide from the surface, I'm still getting only around 0.7 volts. The idea is that the larger the voltage on the voltmeter, the more energy each electron has to give as it passes through the circuit. But there's also a limit to this. See, this beaker is full of lemon juice from the lemons we used earlier, and they're hooked up using spoons and these wires to a variable power source. Now look what happens when I up the voltage. You'll actually start to see bubbles forming on both spoons, and that's water in the lemon juice actually being broken down into oxygen and hydrogen gas. This already starts happening at 1.23 volts, and that sets a limit on how much voltage you can push through this electrolyte.
Up until the early 1970s, just about every commercial battery used a water-based electrolyte, and as a result, none of these battery cells could push much beyond the 1.23 volt limit. Now, the total energy a battery can store depends on how much energy each charge has to give times how much charge can move. That is, the battery's voltage times its capacity. So if you can't increase the voltage, your only option is to make more battery, more cells, or bigger cells. But that won't increase the energy density.
And this is exactly the problem Whittingham was trying to solve. He was searching for materials that could store large amounts of energy in a compact space with light weight. That led him to a class of compounds called transition metal dichalcogenides. He zeroed in on one in particular, titanium disulfide. Titanium in this compound has effectively lost 4 electrons, 2 to each sulfur atom, meaning it sits at a +4 oxidation state. That leaves it very electron hungry, exactly what you want in a battery cathode. But titanium disulfide has a second key advantage. This material is made of stacked layers held together by weak van der Waals forces. This creates natural gaps between sheets of titanium and sulfur atoms just wide enough to let certain ions slip between the layers, a process known as intercalation. Better still, the structure can expand and contract repeatedly without breaking down. Now Whittingham just had to decide which ions to use. He initially looked at potassium, but it was just too reactive and far too dangerous to work with.
Oh, yeah!
He turned to this, a soft, silvery metal called lithium. What makes lithium unique is not the fact that it has one electron in its outer shell that it wants to get rid of, no, that it shares with the other elements in its group. What sets it apart is how much energy you can get out of lithium when it reacts in a battery. See, when it loses that outer electron, it forms a tiny, incredibly stable positive ion. And so that reaction, paired with the right cathode, releases more energy per electron than any other metal. That's why it produces the highest voltage of any metal used in batteries. And because it's so small, with just 3 protons, lithium is also the least dense metal, at just 0.53 grams per cubic centimeter. This combination of low density and the tendency to give away its electron made lithium perfect for Whittingham's vision of this high energy density battery. But while lithium was easier to work with than potassium, easier still didn't mean easy. I mean, they only let me hold it in this glove box, and matter of fact, here's what happens to lithium if you put it in a glass of water. Safe to say you don't want this happening inside your battery.
So Whittingham had to switch out the water-based electrolyte for something else. And that change unlocked the possibility of higher voltages. He turned to a solution of lithium salt in an organic solvent, and it worked. But it came with serious risks.
The solvent was volatile, the lithium salt was chemically unstable. Together they formed a mixture that could explode or release toxic fumes if mishandled. Everything had to be done with extreme caution. A stray spark or a trace of moisture could destroy the experiment or start a fire. But if you could get around the danger, this new electrolyte was a huge perk.
It let lithium ions shuttle between electrodes without breaking down the solvent or the cell, at least not until much higher voltages. Whittingham had unlocked lithium's potential, and in the process, he'd broken through the 1.23 volt ceiling. His new chemistry delivered nearly double, a huge 2.4 volts per cell.
He now had a working prototype, a metallic lithium anode on one side a titanium disulfide cathode on the other, his new liquid electrolyte in between. There was also a thin porous separator that kept the electrodes apart so they couldn't touch and short circuit. Here's how it works. When you close the circuit, lithium atoms at the anode give up their electrons. Those electrons travel through the external circuit toward the cathode, generating a current that powers whatever's connected. At the same time, the lithium ions are released into the electrolyte, and then they pass through the porous separator and migrate toward the cathode. The electrons arriving through the circuit are taken up by the titanium atoms in the titanium disulfide. The positive lithium ions slide between the layers to balance out the negative charge of the electrons, and they become locked in place. And this process is reversible. When you apply a voltage to recharge, the extra electrons are stripped from the titanium and pulled back to the anode. The lithium ions are forced out of the titanium disulfide layers into the electrolyte, and they too migrate to the anode, where metallic lithium reforms. What Whittingham had created here was a rechargeable battery, one that worked reliably, cycle after cycle, with incredible consistency.
I don't normally think about batteries this way, but what they really are is tiny little contained chemical reactions. And in a chemical reaction, if you could get a 60% yield, that would be considered good. But in a battery, especially one that you want to recharge 1,000 times, you need that reaction to be, say, 99.9% efficient, because if it's not, the capacity of that battery rapidly deteriorates. If you have, say, a 95% yield, then you'd lose a significant fraction of lithium ions every cycle. After just 50 cycles, you'd only have 8% of your original capacity left. So that's pretty incredible that every single lithium ion has to leave one electrode, pass through the electrolyte, and slot neatly into the layered crystal structure of titanium disulfide. And then when you recharge it, they have to leave again cleanly without incident, without getting stuck, make their way all the way back to the anode. Amazingly, despite just being an early prototype, Whittingham's battery came close to that 99%.
In the winter of 1973, Exxon's managers summoned Whittingham to the company's New York office. Whittingham later said, "I went in there and explained it. 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the most. And within a week, they said yes, they wanted to invest in this." They got to work at the Exxon laboratory, but it wasn't all smooth sailing. Firefighters had to be called out repeatedly. They were called so often they threatened to start charging the lab for the special chemicals needed to extinguish the burning lithium.
The problem was the anode. Whittingham's design used pure lithium, which worked brilliantly until it didn't.
We've made a special cell. We made a transparent battery.
That's so cool.
But they're very, very small, so we have a microscope lens just to allow us to see it. What you're seeing here is a piece of copper, which we're gradually plating with lithium. So this is analogous to the first generation lithium metal batteries, which use lithium metal as the anode. On this side, we have a piece of lithium. As we charge the battery, we're stripping the lithium from that electrode and we're plating it. And actually what's happening right now is the ideal reaction, where it's very slow, we're getting a dense plate. The challenge then becomes if we go too fast.
Oh, that is huge.
Everything's fine until all of a sudden it's not fine. So we want the lithium to plate evenly across everywhere, but instead it forms in that one location. And that is what is a lithium dendrite. That lithium dendrite can grow. The length scales of this is on the order of millimeters. So that would have easily short-circuited the battery.
And that dendrite can just keep growing, and eventually it's going to poke through the separator and reach to the other side. Now the electrons are going to have a shortcut, so instead of going through the circuit, they race straight from the anode to the cathode using the dendrite. And that sudden surge of electrons cause intense heating, and that can trigger a chain reaction inside the battery, leading to a fire or even an explosion.
For all its promise, Whittingham's battery was just too dangerous. And then the oil crisis ended. Prices dropped, and Exxon's urgency evaporated. The company shut down its lithium battery program. Whittingham published his design in 1976, and Exxon licensed the patent to a few manufacturers. But with no funding and no momentum, the first lithium battery revolution died before it had a chance to take off. Fortunately, a copy of Whittingham's paper made it across the Atlantic to Oxford University in England, where it caught the attention of John B. Goodenough, an American physicist leading a solid-state chemistry group. As he read the paper, one thing stood out. The cell voltage was being held back. The material Whittingham chose for the cathode, titanium disulfide, capped the cell at just 2.4 volts. But Goodenough believed that with a better cathode material, he could do better. He had previously worked with compounds called transition metal oxides. They were more stable than sulfides, and some, he knew, were extremely hungry for electrons, perfect for a cathode. He tried one of these compounds in his battery, and the voltage immediately spiked from 2.4 volts to 4 volts. This jump was incredible.
But what was even more surprising was the fact that this compound already had lithium in it. The material was lithium cobalt oxide.
Lithium cobalt oxide is arranged so that the cobalt and oxygen atoms form tightly bonded layers, with lithium ions nestled in between. This means that your supply of lithium ions doesn't just have to come from the dangerous lithium metal on the anode side, it's already there, pre-built into the cathode. So theoretically, you don't even need lithium metal at all. You could assemble the cell in a discharged state with all your lithium ions in the cathode. Then when you connect it to a charger, these ions will get expelled from the cathode crystal lattice and into the electrolyte. At the same time, nearby cobalt atoms will give up an electron to balance out the charge, and those electrons then go through the wire to the anode to meet with the ions. If Goodenough could find an anode that would replace lithium metal, the battery would become safe enough to leave the lab and actually power real-world devices.
Goodenough was so excited about the potential of his design that he reached out to battery companies across the US, the UK, and Europe. But incredibly, no one was interested. So he asked Oxford to file a patent, but they refused. So, He took it to a government lab near Oxford, the Atomic Energy Research Establishment, and finally, they agreed to fund the patent, but only if Goodenough signed away his financial rights. Seeing no other option, he agreed, and the lab patented the invention in 1981. Now, this should have been a gold mine, but the lab didn't realize what they had. And so for the second time, the lithium battery revolution was boxed up and shelved. This should have been a turning point for battery science, but bureaucracy and inertia stalled progress. Every field has its bottlenecks. For batteries, it was slow-moving institutions. For developers today, it's slow-moving code reviews. And I can relate. When we make these videos, especially the ones with simulations or complex animations, it's rarely the ideas that slow us down. It is the reviews. Developers face the same thing. They're writing code faster than ever thanks to tools like Copilot and Cursor. But code reviews, well, they're still manual and still slow. That's where this video's sponsor, CodeRabbit, comes in. CodeRabbit automates code reviews with generative AI. Unlike basic tools, it understands your code base, your architecture, standards, even naming conventions. It pulls context from over 40 sources to give feedback that feels precise and human, and tailored to your team, right in the Git workflow. That's why it catches what other tools miss. Logic errors, bad conditions, math mistakes, even security vulnerabilities like SQL injections. The result? Well, your senior engineers spend less time buried in reviews and more time solving the problems that only humans can solve. Try it out at coderabbit.link/Veritasium to cut code review time and bugs in half. And if you're working on open source projects, it's completely free. That's coderabbit.link/Veritasium. I would like to thank CodeRabbit for sponsoring this part of the video. And now, back to Goodenough's design, a breakthrough with nowhere to go yet. While Goodenough's battery design was gathering dust, 10,000 kilometers away in Japan, a 34-year-old chemist named Akira Yoshino was trying to find a safer battery anode, one that didn't require lithium metal. Yoshino was actually looking at plastic. Now, normally plastic is an insulator, but the kind Yoshino was looking at is different. It's called polyacetylene, and its carbon atoms are arranged in a repeating chain of single and double bonds, a structure that gives it unusual electronic properties. If you tweak polyacetylene by adding or removing electrons, electrons can actually move along this carbon chain. So the plastic conducts electricity like a metal. And that got Yoshino thinking, what if polyacetylene could work as a battery anode? During charging, it could absorb lithium ions and electrons, and then during discharge, it would give up those electrons to the circuit, just like lithium metal does. If it worked, it could eliminate the most dangerous part of the battery, the metallic lithium. But for months, Yoshino struggled. Obviously, since he removed lithium metal from the anode, he had to get lithium ions from somewhere else, and he couldn't figure it out. And then, just as he was losing hope, on the last workday of 1982, while cleaning out his office, he stumbled upon a 1980 paper by John B. Goodenough. It described a cathode made of lithium cobalt oxide, a cathode that already contained lithium. This was the missing piece. He sketched out the reaction between lithium cobalt oxide and his lithium-free anode, and then built a test cell using the two materials. It worked, safely and reliably. But Yoshino wasn't satisfied. The material he used for the anode, the polyacetylene, had an extremely low density. I mean, it couldn't pack in enough lithium. So the energy density of the battery was terrible. Yoshino needed something more lightweight, compact, conductive, and crucially, something that could reversibly accept and release lithium ions within its structure without breaking down. He tested material after material, and every single one failed, until a breakthrough came from within his own company. Another team had developed a new form of carbon with a unique crystalline structure. They called it vapor-grown carbon fiber. He got his hands on a sample, tried it in the lab, and it worked. To prove it, he placed a test cell containing metallic lithium into a safety rig, one that's designed to test explosives. Then he dropped a heavy iron rod onto it. It exploded violently. Then he ran the same test again, but this time with his new design, using carbon as the anode. He charged the cell, placed it in the rig, and dropped the rod. But nothing happened. The contrast was undeniable. Later, Yoshino would say, that was the moment when the lithium-ion battery was born. But his employer, Asahi Chemical, well, they weren't a battery company. and they didn't know how to make batteries. So in 1986, Asahi executive Isao Kurabayashi flew to Boston on a top-secret mission, carrying 3 jars containing cathode, anode, and electrolyte materials. He handed them to a tiny firm called Battery Engineering, working out of a converted truck garage, and he asked them to turn the materials into cylindrical cells like the kind you might buy for a flashlight. The team did just that, completely unaware of what they were handling. It wasn't until 2020 that employees learned the truth, that they had helped assemble the world's first pre-production lithium-ion batteries. 2 weeks later, Kurabayashi returned to Japan with 200 finished, perfectly functioning cells. Even then, Asahi's leadership hesitated.
Kurabayashi refused to give up. On the 21st of January 1987, he visited Sony, and he took one of the prototype cells and rolled it across the conference table to the Sony execs. And at last, they saw its potential. They reworked the design, swapping out Yoshino's carbon material for graphite that could better intercalate lithium ions between its layers. And in 1991, Sony launched the first commercial lithium-ion battery inside this,
the Sony Handycam.
Their battery was compact, rechargeable, powerful, and crucially, free of unstable lithium metal. It was Sony who first coined the name lithium-ion, and it stuck. But this wasn't just about one camcorder. Competing companies like Panasonic and Sanyo raced to catch up. Lithium-ion batteries started appearing in phones, CD players, laptops. Manufacturers actually began to advertise the use of lithium-ion batteries as a key selling point of their products.
I'm showing my age here. I joined the industry when lithium-ion cells were first introduced, and there was a Sony camcorder that was introduced, and then there was Dell Computer, and I still remember the ads when Dell Computer introduced their lithium-ion battery, and they had eight hours of runtime, so they had an advertisement in a magazine, and it was 8 pages long. Each one was an hour longer, so it was a big deal.
But what's crazy is that even after all this, these batteries should never have worked. See, when you charge the battery for the first time, lithium ions move from the cathode to the graphite anode. And here, they react with the electrolyte to form this weird, complex patchwork of compounds that build up on the anode surface. These parasitic side reactions should keep going on indefinitely, using up all the lithium and destroying the cell. But they don't. Instead, they form a thin protective layer known as the solid electrolyte interface, or SEI. It's a kind of chemical shield protecting both the graphite anode and the electrolyte from further reactions. But crucially, lithium ions can still slip through it.
When the SEI originally forms, during the first charging cycle, around 5% of the lithium in the cell actually gets stuck in this layer, decreasing the battery's capacity. But this little trade-off is what makes the battery stable enough to be used for years or even decades, which is why today, lithium-ion batteries are virtually everywhere.
From 1991 to 2023, the price per kilowatt hour dropped by 99%, from nearly $9,000 to just $100. At the same time, energy density and cycle life, how many times a battery can be charged and discharged before it wears out, improved dramatically, crossing a critical threshold. Lithium-ion batteries had become powerful enough and finally cheap enough for something bigger: the return of the electric car.
Today, lithium-ion powers a $100 billion industry. In 2019, Whittingham, Goodenough, and Yoshino finally received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for an invention that, in the committee's words, revolutionized our way of life. This made Goodenough the oldest Nobel laureate in history, receiving the award at the age of 97. But lithium-ion isn't perfect.
Scary moments aboard a JetBlue plane, a fire erupting after a passenger's backpack suddenly exploded.
Every week inside an airplane there is at least one event of a battery, of a phone, of an iPad, or a toy or something that has catch into fire.
What? Every week?
Yeah, every week.
It's just the latest incident aboard a plane involving lithium-ion batteries.
So far this year, 60 onboard battery incidents through early October.
Every flight in the US has a bag, a specialized bag, which is very thick, non-flammable materials, where you put the phone inside and you close it. And you still have a hazard and you have to deal with these gases. But now you have put the fire ignition away from anything else. And if it bursts into fireworks, then at least it's in a container. And then you tell the captain, we need to land immediately.
So what is actually happening when a battery fails like that?
This is a classic lithium-ion battery, and today we're going to do something I always wanted to do. We're going to tear one down. I guess safe to say don't do this at home, but what would happen if you were to do this outside of the glove box?
If you charged up the cell and then you tried to tear it up, then you could accidentally short it and then it could burn and it could even explode or fire.
Okay.
If you discharged it and you opened it up, you'd release all the different gases and really toxic chemicals, and if you inhale those, then you'd probably end up in hospital. So at this point, we have what we call the jelly roll. So there's a roll of the cathode, separates the anode.
Yeah.
Stuck together with a bit of tape. So Liren's just going to scalpel off the tape, and then we should be able to unroll it into a nice sheet.
So these little patches are the electrolyte, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So as time goes by, it will start evaporating out.
That is so cool. It's so obvious when you see it, but I don't think anyone intuitively thinks that it's a rolled up like sheet of anode and cathode inside. But these layers inside the battery, they're not going to stay perfect forever. Here's an electrode from a new cell compared to one from an old one. You can see that the lithium is building up in all the wrong places. And if this sort of degradation gets out of hand, well, we're about to push a cell past its breaking point. How do we blow up a battery?
So today we've got a prismatic battery. It's a small battery from sort of a power tool or a phone or something similar. We're going to wrap it in some nichrome wire. So we pass current through this wire, something like 200 watts we pass through.
That's a lot.
This wire. Yeah, it's a significant battery. We want it to go, and we want it to go pretty spectacularly.
Good luck, Harry. What we're simulating here is a catastrophic battery failure, the kind that could happen if a cell is damaged or overheated, or even just badly manufactured. It starts around 80 degrees Celsius when the protective SEI layer on the anode starts to break down. It's going to try to reform, but these reactions are going to release more heat, and if that heat can escape, the temperature is going to keep rising. How close is it to exploding now? What do you think?
It should burst very soon.
At roughly 130 degrees Celsius, the polymer separator is going to melt. And now the anode and cathode can come into direct contact, and a massive internal short follows. The cathode itself starts to decompose. And because transition metal oxides release oxygen from their crystal structure, they're going to fuel the combustion. And now the fire is just feeding itself. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, oh my God. That's really violent. This is insane. From one small battery like that?
And it's only 50% state of charge.
What we call ignition happens inside the battery, not outside the battery. And it requires a fuel or a substance that will undergo a reaction. It requires an oxidizer or the equivalent of an oxidizer, and it requires heat. The battery contains these three inside. Yeah. So it has its own equivalent to an oxidizer, its own equivalent to a fuel, and its own source of heat. Yeah. All of it in one device.
So it's not actually lithium that burns. A modern lithium-ion battery, like this one here, contains very little lithium, ironically. It's actually everything else inside here that's dangerous. It must be really hard putting out a battery fire if it really has everything it needs.
Yeah, exactly. So you can still put the blanket and stop the oxygen from arriving, but you will not. The fire will not go to zero. It will be smaller, but it will still be there. And then with water, yeah, water has the ability to take heat away. So it is possible to take the heat away from the battery with water. But the best thing is to put an immersive battery into a bath of water.
Yeah.
It's brutal. You can do it with one battery, with 10 batteries, with 15 batteries, but when you have very large packs of batteries, with thousands of batteries, you cannot physically put that underwater.
Yeah, one thing that is popping up recently as a threat to cities is electric car fires.
Well, we know a lot of water works.
Yeah, well, if there's a water source nearby, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they do in some countries around the world. They have a truck, a specialist truck, full of water, and you just take the car that has been involved in electric fire and they dump it into the...
No way.
Yeah, they do. And actually it works.
So how dangerous is it really?
It's very rare. Every million batteries, there is a fire.
Okay.
Right? So that's very safe. That in the standards of engineering, that's like, oh, you have a good system, 1 out of a million, that's fine. But batteries are everywhere. We don't even think about it.
Yeah.
So within our lifetimes, we are going to reach a point where we would have been exposed to more than 1 million batteries. So we would be, all of us, experiencing a fire of a battery.
With billions of batteries in circulation, even rare failures become inevitable. Meanwhile, demand is skyrocketing. By 2030, we're projected to need over 17 million tons of battery-grade materials. And making lithium-ion batteries comes at a cost. Lithium only makes up around 20 parts per million of Earth's crust. It's expensive and water-intensive to extract, and 70% of cobalt, another key ingredient in many lithium-ion designs, comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, much of it mined under hazardous, often exploitative conditions. We need more batteries, and we need them fast. We can't just rely on lithium alone.
So it's not like lithium's as good as we're going to get. Like, then we're going to get much better batteries in the future. If our priorities are about saving the planet from runaway climate change, we need to have massive scale energy storage system and electrify almost everything else that we do.
The hunt is still on for safer batteries, for cheaper ones that last longer, charge faster, and ones that store far more energy. The lithium-ion battery changed the world, but the future of energy storage won't be about just conquering one element. It'll be about mastering many.
obviously somebody was added to this group who perhaps leaked the information, right? As I've said, there are people very close to Johnny leaking the information.
Johnny Somali realized how bad things are for him, hence why his new plan is to eventually flee South Korea, apparently.
He's sent to North Korea, and he becomes an international superstar in North Korea for his unrepentant hate of South Koreans.
I don't know what's going on. My ringtone. I don't know what's happening.
Johnny Somali is now facing even more bad news. His leaked data just got revealed, and with his next trial coming up, things are looking worse than ever. Yes, guys, that's right. Johnny Somali's condition is so bad. If you saw my last video, you know his own family already refused to support him, and he's desperate for money. Some people are even saying that Johnny Somali started posting chaotic videos again just to survive. But after all of this, the new leaks are making the situation even harder for him. Reports are saying he will now face more charges, and the leaked videos are making the case stronger than before. At this point, his lawyer can't really do much for him. So guys, keep watching till the end to find out what happens next. As you might know, Johnny Somali has claimed multiple times that if all his ways to survive are cut off, then he'll try to escape by going to the South Korean border and taking a boat through international waters. But honestly, this is a terrible idea, and I'll explain why later. Even before this, some of his leaked chats showed something else. Johnny Somali's so-called escape plan is not easy at all, because even his own allies are leaking Discord messages. These leaks were already revealed before by Legal Mindset, and they just prove that Johnny Somali can't trust anyone around him.
So, this is hilarious as a starter. Don't trust anyone. Keep everything in here. Log it all. Oh, Johnny. Oh, Johnny. Did we log it all? Did we log it all? We have all of it. Now, I'm only showing you some of it because, by the way, guys, it's just we can only show you so much because some of it was really gross, was really nasty, and cannot be shown on YouTube.
So yeah, the bad news is coming for Johnny Somali from every direction, and honestly, he deserves it. Even his own allies are now betraying him by refusing to back up his lies and exposing the truth. Think about it. Why would they keep helping Johnny Somali when they finally realized there was nothing to gain? If you thought only Hank Yu lost money, you're wrong. A lot of Johnny Somali's so-called allies were giving him money too. But later, when they realized all that money was completely wasted, they turned against him. And how are they taking revenge now? By leaking all the private messages. That's right, the same people who once stood by him are the ones making his downfall even worse.
Obviously, somebody was added to this group who perhaps leaked the information, right? As I've said, there are people very close to Johnny leaking the information. So people that Johnny and his bros think they can trust, they obviously can't, right? They're obviously getting that information to the Somali conviction team.
And if Johnny Somali finds restrictions closing in from all sides, you already know what he said before. His so-called plan to escape through international waters. But let's be real. It became clear Johnny Somali has no real way to escape. If he actually tried, he would only face even harsher consequences.
Johnny Somali realized how bad things are for him, hence why his new plan is to eventually flee South Korea, apparently.
I'm renting a boat or an inflatable raft, and I'm gonna stream sailing to international waters. As soon as I hit international water, you can't touch me.
That sounds like a great way to drown. What's the plan here? Is he just trying to sail to Japan, where he's also banned? Because if he was going from Busan, his options are Japan, or I guess North Korea if he goes all the way up the coastline. But there's a whole bunch of Korean islands on the way to Japan. So there's no way he's gonna make it to international waters. He'll just get arrested again.
So guys, everyone knows Johnny Somali can't pull this off. Even Asmongold once pointed out that since Johnny Somali disrespected South Koreans so many times, pretending to act like a hero of North Korea, maybe South Korea should just send him back there. Imagine that. Johnny Somali, who thought he could play both sides, ending up getting kicked out by the very people he tried to impress.
Now, I have to tell you guys, and you might not like this, but the funniest possible outcome for this entire trial is that he's sent to North Korea and he becomes an international superstar in North Korea for his unrepentant hate of South Koreans and other people that North Koreans hate. Please send him to North Korea. Please figure out a way legally that you can get him over there. Oh my God.
Kim Jong-un nuked this shit.
What?
I definitely agree with Asmongold. Legally, it's not so simple to send Johnny Somali to North Korea, but if it ever happened, it would be the perfect lesson for him. Maybe South Korea is just delaying it, who knows? But guys, after all of this, some South Koreans are now bringing back old videos of Johnny Somali harassing people on the bus. Why? Because it's already been declared that if any South Korean comes forward and says they were harassed by Johnny Somali, then authorities can file charges against him if evidence is found. That's why people who want harsher punishment for him are making those clips viral again, so that they reach the authorities and add more weight to the case against him.
HIV와 성병에 걸렸습니다. 나는 한국 여자를 사랑합니다. 그들에게 펜을 꽂아.
I don't know what's going on. My ringtone. I don't know what's happening. No English. I don't know what's happening. My ringtone. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you see that? Johnny Somali doesn't even know how to stop himself. He was blasting his shady ringtone on the bus, harassing women, old people, and even respected South Koreans who just looked like they were coming home after a long day of work or service. And what Johnny Somali did to them is beyond criminal. And it's not just that one time. Now, more leaked videos are coming out showing him at another convenience store, once again harassing the public in the exact same style. This is Johnny Somali's pattern. He never learned, and every new video makes his situation worse and harder to defend.
Oh no, nigga, it's already starting now, nigga. It's already starting now, nigga. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. This is crazy. It's already starting, bro. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the video over there with your monkey screens away from me, bro.
Did you see that? Johnny Somali has literally crossed the line of
Anton, and today we're diving into something truly exciting. Something that created a lot of buzz online, and something that was just announced by NASA only a few hours ago from when I'm making this video. Because this time, a team at NASA just made an announcement and released a new study, possibly showing us the clearest signs of past life on Mars. But obviously, before you start picturing some kind of a complex organism, or even green man, let's slow down a little bit and discuss exactly what was discovered.